you've reached Rising Faith Forever Tarot Readings. This is going to be uploaded to my YouTube channel. I'm recording this on TikTok, so hello TikTok. Thank you as always for providing a space where I can host these types of things. So, I'm just going to light some candles and get started. I forgot to put the message in this time, but next time I'll include a message for TikTok, so that way you guys know that I'm just going through all 12 signs. So I won't be like answering questions because I can't see the screen up close from where I'm sitting. So if you guys have any questions and you, after all 12 signs, and you want, I'll come back and do some readings for TikTok after. But this is just 12 signs. I'm going to start in order and go through them all. And at the end, I'm going to upload it to my YouTube channel. So if you guys missed anything, you can check out my YouTube channel for the full version. But we're going to get started. So I got my little candles lit. So now I'm going to light some sage. So this is what I got. I got this little seashell. Get you a little bit closer. I like the red on this shell. It's kind of speckled. And then of course inside, it's hard to see because the sand moves. There's some white sand and some sage. So we're just going to light that up. Usually I have a barbecue lighter, but it ran out of fluid. Sure it's good and lit. Takes a while to get the sage going. Okay, so starting to smoke a little now. So I'm going to put that there. Okay, so we're almost ready to get started. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw 6 cards for each sign, as well as look at the bottom of the deck. Depending on the reads, I could throw out a few extra clarifying cards if I need to. And then I'm going to do 1 star seed. So, the first one is Aries. So we're going to start with Aries. I actually missed, oh, whoops, it all fell over, one sec. I actually missed Aries season for my tarot reads because I actually got COVID. So I couldn't do any reads that month because I wasn't feeling the best. Yeah, I can't believe I knocked over my sage smudge. Okay, so I'm just gonna cleanse the cards. I think it went out. Bear with me. Okay, so it is lit. Wow, it has a good flank going on it. Okay, now you can see that smoke. Okay. Sage smudge me and the card. Okay, sorry, I had to blow it out. It was catching too much fire there. Not enough smoke. Too much fire, not enough smoke. So I'm just gonna give my cards a little shuffle and then cleanse. Alright, so that's done. Okay, little tone cleanse. More sage cleansing. Okay, so we'll get started with Aries. So my intention is for 6 cards for Aries for Taurus season. And with looking at the bottom of the deck as well as a starseed. So, all right, first card out for Aries, we have the Eight of Pentacles. So it seems like no mistake for you Aries out there. After Aries season, it's brought up a lot of that energy of the self. A lot of Aries coming out of Aries season and moving into Taurus season. Because Aries has that passion and drive, that fiery confidence. And then Taurus has that strength and it'll stick to something. To the point where, like the age of the ox, which is what Taurus season represents, a lot of stability was brought to mankind in the age of the ox. Because the ox was strong enough to transfer goods to different communities and things. So Taurus is very much about stable, strong, and slow and steady movement. So I really feel that for a lot of you Aries for this coming month. A lot of you guys are working diligently on projects. But this is the type of work in the Eight of Pentacles. As you can see here, there's a cup of coffee that's sort of in danger of falling off the work table there. So while you're working so passionately, you're so focused, the work is like lighter because it's like you're not even really focusing on how much time has passed because you're just like so engulfed in your task. which can lead to really rewarding work. But also it's saying don't miss those opportunities. Like make sure you drink that cup of coffee before it runs cold or before you lose it off the end of the table. Make sure you're treating your body and your mind and getting the right things that you need to then continue that work before you burn out and crash, so to speak. So I really like that for you, Aries. It says to me that you guys are working hard. So let's get another card for Aries. And it's no wonder you could be working so hard to distract against this Four of Swords. Again, mental energy, air energy. It surrounds the swords. This is the Four of Swords. So it's a card of healing. So this person is laying on this bed and they have that fourth sword, And these three swords are on a timeline of consequence. So this person has deemed that these events are unavoidable or that they're seeing it in a different way. Now in this picture, I don't know if you can see, it's a bit dark, there's a raven. And birds symbolize source, or, you know, that sort of eternal wisdom of the divine, because birds can swim in the water, they can walk on land, and they can fly in the air. So, but often birds aren't going to really kind of fly into a fray or danger. So that's sort of what subliminally, like, manifestation can sometimes be like. Like if you've already told yourself, oh, this is what I deserve, or these events, you know, like if you've confirmed it to yourself that you're going to lay down and take it, you know, you forget that you have that fourth sword to manifest and to cut those things out of your life instead of continuously dealing with negative consequences for events that you've outgrown. And that's what the healing is. It's about healing from that mindset that you don't have to be in that negative kind of energy. You know, you can choose something better for yourself, like a new cycle, a new path of predestined events can await you if you're not happy with the current ones. So that's what it says to me. It says that an Aries is working really hard and they're working on their inner healing. Oh, another card popped out. And the Sun card. So it says to me that you're going to get that yes. You're going to get that light, illumination that you need to see things clearly. Whether you complete the project and get that best result, or you're going to get the answers you need to heal, to get back to work, or whatever you seem to be having a question to. The Sun is a clear yes to me. In the Major Arcana, it is a very positive aspect. So whatever is like looming over your mind for your success, like is this going to, like can I do this? Like the Sun is saying to me, you have that energy, you have that creativity, you have what it takes, and especially paired with the Eight of Pentacles, says to me that it just says to me that it's going well. Like that Four of Swords might put a little bit of a damper on it, because like, you know, when you're taking time to heal, it can feel like it's slowing you down. But in actuality, taking that pause is what's going to give you that renewed sense of energy and creativity to get that Sun, to get that yes. So, all right, Aries, what else do you got for me this month? Oh, it's the 4 story. Okay, so you have another 4, and this time it's the 4 of Cups. So on mental levels in your mind, you're healing, but also with the Cups, the 4 of Cups, emotionally, you're looking at what fulfills you. This 4 of Cups here, you got this guy, and he's kind of like sitting down at his desk, and he's sort of like a little bit, like, look at his face, like he's kind of like, or you can't really see the detail of his face with the shine, but he's like kind of crooked. He's not happy. He's looking back and forward at this cup. He can clearly see how much is left, and he's so protective and you know, desperate to protect it. These cups symbolize stuff that's probably gone on in the past, stuff he's shared or people have taken or spilt. And he keeps them on his desk to remind him of all that hurt. Up here we see the skull, which means it's gone to the back of our minds. It's died. We don't believe it's alive anymore. But there's this hidden chalice that has like these like extra, like, you can't really see it, but if you look really close at the design on that cup versus these, this cup has like little wheels and cogs engraved into it, symbolizing its ever-flowing, ever-working cup. It's that secret cup that we all have inside ourselves that never empties. So it's saying that no matter how much you feel you have left in your life, or how much you want, or how much has been taken or gone, you always have this eternal refilling chalice. So that's what I see there for you guys. I definitely, so you definitely, with your emotions, Aries, and your thoughts, this is an Aries that's manifesting their ideal life. What's this card that flipped over? Judgment. Okay, so Aries, you're waiting on some sort of judgment, whether you're passing the judgment or you're waiting for others to pass that judgment over a certain situation. It's telling me with the Sun, it's a lighter aspect, so it's saying that the judgment will work out for the Aries I'm reading for their greater good. Whether in that moment of the judgment, it may or may not seem good in the moment. It could be good, but if it doesn't seem that good in the moment with the judgment, fear not, because that judgment call, whether a positive or negative event, will sow the seeds to future events to give you that sunshine, that clear yes. So don't fret about like the Hora story, like the fours here, like the 4 of Swords and the 4 of Cups. It says you're healing and you're observing the patterns in your life. You are going to have success after that because you're going to be much more efficient. Whoop! All the deck dropped out, but one card flipped over on the ground, and it's the Ace of Swords. So I'm going to roll with that for you guys because I really like this, because if you've been having lackluster ideas or thoughts about yourself, this Ace of Swords is telling me that you're going to get that epiphany, that new start, that new idea, and you're going to have a chance to really put that Eight of Pentacles hard work into that new idea, to leave behind after a period of healing that negative thoughts and emotions by the Four of Cups. And it's probably surrounding a judgment, but that judgment is going to come with that new epiphany. So be kind to yourself over that period of time, because the sun is always shining, whether it's raining or whether the clouds are out. So always access that special manifestation, the thing that you really want. Always keep that shining and burning bright within you, because the sun is very much a major arcana. It's a yes to me. So as long as you are believing in that inner sun within you, it's going to shine for you and work for you. And I'm looking at the bottom of the deck here, and it's the Page of Wands. So the Page of Wands, the motto surrounding this Page of Wands is that, yes, I have a tool. No, I'll use it when I'm good and ready. So it's like you have what you need, but you're not going to act until you're absolutely sure. Pages it's also a face card. So it says to me that you could have a little page in your life, like somebody who's bringing you this judgment or this new epiphany. It could be someone in your life like that's playing a role in a lot of this. Maybe it's a new relationship you're hoping to start or foster or deepen a bond with somebody. Because the page says to me it's very much at a novice stage of the relationship, regardless of how long you've been together, if that makes sense. Because sometimes in life we can be with people, live together, but we may not grow and bond deep. Like you could live with someone for, let's say, 6 years. Well, yes, your relationship would deepen and you could bond, but depending on how you treat each other over the course depends on how much you'll deepen. So the page is very much like there's still much more understanding and growth and observation needing to happen between the two of you. Now also, when I look at the Page of Wands, a lot of the interpretation is similar to that of the Ugly Duckling, of somebody who is quite beautiful and miraculous, but does not see it in themselves. They're waiting for outside gratification to confirm to them that they're a beautiful swan and not the ugly duckling. When in fact, the reality is they are worthy and they are that swan, whether people see it or not. And often what this page needs to learn from is the fact that you don't always have to be pleasing to other people. Yes, we want to make others happy, but if this page let that inner sun shine, this page would attract the people that actually see them as that sunny, beautiful swan. But if they're going to continuously be insecure, just look for gratification from anybody or anyone they can, then perhaps they're going to get a lot more confirmation on their insecurity. Perhaps certain individuals might say, yeah, you're an ugly duckling, or you don't belong here, like fly to another pond, so to speak. So this Page of Wands is very much finding their inner passion, that inner sun. So if you're working together with an individual like this, that could be something that could be slowing down the work for you. But this page is definitely worth the adventure, I feel. Like there's something to learn from this page if you're on that side of curiosity. Like this page, if this page is very intriguing to you, it's coming out into this read, then it could be a worthwhile adventure to see life through their perspective for a bit, or to see what lessons in their life you can draw from to help your own situation. Because often, whether people are exactly like us or not, we can definitely come together and mirror certain things. Like we're learning from each other constantly. We're all sort of pulling each other along in that way. So now I'm going to do you a starseed. So I think that's going good for you, Aries. It's basically saying that the sun, like the summer, it's coming in, and it's going to wash away with that sun rays a lot of that the darkness from the winter or even the murkiness of the spring, a lot's going to become a lot more clear as the buds start to bloom. We'll start to see, okay, yes, our seeds weren't these unseen mystery things in the ground. Now all of a sudden they're bearing fruit. We're seeing the blooms. So have faith in that period of shadow, because shadow is just the absence of light. It's not bad or good. It's just the absence of light, and that sun is there. So it's saying reflect on your shadow, but ultimately remember your shine. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I think for the Aries, that I'm reading for, is definitely doing the inner work. They're definitely looking at their inner power and what they can manifest and bring forth for them in their life. So, okay, let's draw you a starseed. This one I feel. Water your garden, Aries. Nourishment, body care, tenderness, and rest. I feel this for you, Aries, because while you guys do take very good care of yourselves, like I haven't met an Aries that doesn't take some sort of care over a hobby or their aesthetics or something. Like they're very driven types of people. But often we all know that just because something looks well doesn't mean that it actually is. So I feel like for the Aries out there that are a little bit more physically focused in the world, don't forget that that your garden, your mind, body, and your spirit, like it's a garden. And we can dress ourselves on the outside with all these floral or beauty, but make sure you're definitely taking good care of your body. Like you're eating well, you're resting well. You're moving at a pace that's sustainable and achievable in the long term, because that's what's really going to bring you that success. Our health, our wealth is in our health, so to speak. So that's what they're saying here. Water your garden. Get the nourishment that you need, body and mind. Like make sure you're getting that creative inspiration. But that's the type of food too, a food for the thought. Make sure you're balancing work and play with balance, with prioritizing your goals. And body care, make sure you're eating and fueling right. And tenderness, make sure you're being kind with yourself. Aries, I have Aries in my Venus, so I feel that too. Like sometimes we can be a little bit too ambitious to the point where we're hard on ourselves if we don't see the results we like. So make sure you're giving yourself and others involved tenderness. You're kind to yourself. Because that ties in with the rest. Like it gives you that break you need so that you can come back stronger and more powerful than ever. So I love that for you, Aries. I thought that was beautiful. And I'll let you guys see your starseed because I find they have beautiful artwork in them. So to me that looks like the winter is kind of over and the spring is being allowed to come forth. It's beautiful. It's about getting what you need so that you can be your best self. So Aries, I think that's beautiful. I think that was a beautiful read for Taurus season for you guys. So yeah, hang in there. Aries is going to shine like the sun. So thank you so much for that, Aries. Just going to tone cleanse. And the next sign I'm going to do is Taurus. Hello, Taurus. It is Taurus season, so a lot of you Tauruses are going to be having your birthday, so happy birthday. And now we're going to see what you guys have for the month. Or I'm going to be doing 6 cards for Taurus. I'm also going to look at the bottom of the deck for Taurus season for the month coming up for Taurus for their highest good. And also I'm going to be drawing a star seed. So set the intentions for you guys. All right, first card out. And again, you guys had the same first card out as Aries. So Taurus, you are getting lost in the work that you are doing. It's the work that's so fulfilling and so consuming that you're not noticing the cup of coffee running cold and in danger of falling off the edge of the table. So it says to me, you're enjoying the work, your mind is so consumed on a task, and that's a good thing, but it's saying, make sure you're taking care of your mind and body before you burn out. You know, you can be a very strong sign, and you can take a lot on your plate and carry a lot on your shoulders. So make sure that you're getting that rest or that back massage so you can carry more. You know what I mean? Like, make sure that you're doing the right things so that you can continue on the work. Because 8 of Pentacles is not just like job work, like, you know, like the type of work that you have to do. The 8 of Pentacles is very much the type of work that you're so engaged in that you don't even notice the time is flying by and that you skipped lunch. Like, so that's why I see it as a positive aspect, but also I see that that's where a potential mistake could happen because you might leave or drop the ball on something else really important to you in your life because you lost track of time. So be careful with that, Taurus, over the next little while. Make sure that you're attending to all the areas of your life, but yes, allow yourself to, you know, enjoy the work as well. All right, so Taurus, what else would you like me to know? Okay, the 7 of Swords. Okay, that's a card to me. You see how she has this bundle of swords and she's kind of making off with it in the night? She, like, almost like a thief. So the 7 of Swords is a bit like the thief kind of card. But let's dissect the deeper meaning of what a thief is, because sometimes this door has like the Illuminati triangle with the swords and the eye. So it says that as she's leaving this place with her bundle of swords, she's being watched. So somebody is calculating what is being taken. So what is being taken? If we look at it like physical things, like monetary stuff, are the things hers and she's taking them back? Or is she simply just stealing from somebody else? Or does she feel like she's entitled to them for whatever reason? But at the heart of it, if we look at it in a different way, sometimes just to be in society, our own authentic selves, is sort of like we're taking something away from the whole. So in society, you know how like if you're going to be like, say, a hipster or a hermit, or, you know, like you're putting yourself away from the whole. So to take that individuality and to be that authentic individuality, sometimes it's like a theft on society. It's like you're taking something away from a pre-established sense of order. So I say all this because this card could represent like somebody stealing something from you, or it could represent you taking your own personal like integrity, like you're taking a personal stance that's away from the whole. And then others kind of look at you like you've just destroyed the order, like you've stolen the sense of order and power away from others. So the swords, again, is thoughts. So it says to me, like, sometimes just to think differently than other people. And say if you're all working together on a project, if you think differently than the rest, or someone thinks very differently from your team, it can feel like they're stealing the show or they're taking away something. So I say all this because I want a loose interpretation of this card, because it might not just mean that someone's going to steal something from you. It could just mean like an integrity type of thing. But watch out, because there is a person, or whether it's you or somebody else, there's a dynamic here of what is being taken, whether an idea or physically, and what is rightfully belonging to people. So Taurus, I really feel like you're such a strong type of person. I feel like you operate from a place of integrity, and so I don't feel like you would steal from somebody, and I don't really feel like people would steal from you, but at the same time, I feel like you live your life in such a way where people could be watching how you do things, so that they can, I don't want to say copy, but like that's sort of essentially what it is. Like they're just blown away by how you do something, and they're trying to do it the way you do it. That could cause that dynamic there, because then you could feel like, well, they tried to do it like me, but they couldn't, and then they made more work for me, or something. Like, these are just loose examples of what I could interpret this card for you guys. But let's get another card, because it's really kind of hard to get a read on that card alone. So what else does Taurus want me to know? Okay, oof. Okay, so a little book fell out. But the two cards I see face up is the King of Pentacles. So this King of Pentacles says to me of somebody who is very prepared for the journey that they are on. They have the right thing for the right time. They have the sword to protect themselves. They have the Pentacle Canteen. And there's a reason why the Pentacle is actually the canteen, because it symbolizes that as long as this soldier can drink his water, he can manifest. He can alchemically within his body turn that water into wealth. Because as long as this soldier can keep marching, he can achieve his goals. So the water is a very integral part of his wealth. As long as he can drink from that canteen, he will have wealth. So he's not worried that he's wounded or that something happened along the journey. He's not paranoid. He just knows simply when he's thirsty, he will drink. When he's hungry, he will eat. He carries a backpack full of knowledge, because the backpack is mechanically made, so it symbolizes to me of the backpack has everything in it that he can engineer and jimmy rig something together to help him survive along the way. So the Knight of Pentacles is someone to me that will succeed, will reach the end of phase of their goal. So take a little page from this Knight and realize that sometimes your wealth is just in how well you operate. Because if you can mend yourself to be a well-oiled machine and to operate very well and sustainably in the long term, you're going to create and amass and build more wealth and physical representation of your internal world. So if you get your internal self right, the outside will match. It'll bring it all together. And that's what I'm trying to say. Now, again, this Knight of Pentacles is very much a face card. So this could symbolize to me Taurus's energy, or somebody that Taurus is interested in, or like a friend, a business partner, a lover, someone that they're working with or that they're very closely observing. And they say that here because we have the Three of Pentacles, which to me is a card of balance and working together for wealth in the material world. So we've got the guy who makes the plan, who draws up the blueprints, the schematics. Basically, they go through every detail and they refine until the plan is perfected. Then it goes through the little tarot reader, or the visionary, the inspirationalist, whoever's on the team that represents that, but here it's illustrated as a tarot reader. And this is someone who is seeing the bigger picture, looking at the greater whole, but also pinpointing the different parts. They're trying to read the situation on an intuition level to figure out balance and harmony and to bring all the components together. So this person has the role of kind of being the mediator. And then we have this other person who is very hands-on, hand-eye coordination, very talented and skilled with the hands, able to physically build and create. So let's just say if this was an art project. So first you would start with the writer. And the writer would just write out facts, get all the stuff, the details correct for each scene. It's like organized. Then they take it to the editor, which would be the tarot reader. And that's someone that's just going to read what is there and then offer some emotional or inspirational guidance onto it. So an editor might make a small change to a novel before it actually goes out to the public, because maybe the thing the writer chose probably isn't as popular in society today, so they're like, can you make this change because it'll be more relatable? So that would be like the tarot reader. And then the one on the end would be the artist, the graphic novel illustrator that brings the idea and the form to the overall picture. So you see how within a team, a project can take many different turns within each position, but then each position, the 1, 2, 3, it's important to transfer through that. So in that way, things go through many different people and many different faucets of attention and care before it's developed into its final production, like, that blockbuster movie we see. A lot of people like this work together to make that dream happen. And let's see these cards on the floor here. I'll read whatever fell out. Okay, so we have the World card. So that's cycles, old cycles coming to an end and new cycles beginning. Which is, it's beautiful, because if we think of like the winter, that cycle ended. That was the old cycle. And now a new cycle is beginning, the springtime. So if we apply that spiritually, this Taurus is kind of going through a revelation about who they want to work with. Maybe some of the people in the past you've worked with, like the Seven of Swords, kind of took more from you than they could ever honestly put back into the project. Perhaps that's what it is. But the Three of Pentacles says to me, and the World card with this Knight of Pentacles says that there are people that are deserving of your vision, of your dream, or the things you want to put in. Like, you can find your team of people to manifest with, I see here. And the final card here is the Strength card. So it's talking to me about, like the infinity symbol is here on the Strength card. And she's trying to offer service to this lion who's injured their paw. And the moral of this card is, thank you for aiding me. Instead of devouring you, perhaps I'll serve you. So, if you've seen a lion wounded, how many people are going to walk up to that lion and bandage him? Like, you're going to get your head bit off. Like, most people are scared. So it's very much to have strength to do something so adverse, kind of like the Seven of Swords. Like, this young lady approaching this lion, people in society would think that that's like a theft on society. Like why would you put yourself in danger for something so reckless? So this Strength card to me says that. It says somebody is doing things unconventionally in the hopes of providing or giving a sense of strength to get that strength in return. So this could be a card of helping a friend. But know if the friend is grateful for the help or not. Because if they're not grateful and they just kind of take the help and run off, then it's more like the Seven of Swords, someone kind of taking from you. But if they are indeed grateful for the help and assistance you are giving, they will feel loyal to you. And when they are loyal to you, yes, they will serve you. So it was worth the adventure. So sometimes we have to roll the dice or take a risk to see. But that's the two ways this can kind of go. It's either you'll help and get your head bit off, or you'll help and they will feel so grateful and appreciative. So that's the way this energy can go. Now, even though these cards came out together, and I'm only supposed to read one more card, but I'm going to read them both together. So you have another two face cards here. You have the Page of Wands and the Page of Cups. That's, okay, so the Page of Cups is someone very motivated by artistic endeavors and creative projects. This is somebody who has very refined taste in music, art, people even. They're drawn to people for deeper reasons, emotional reasons, that fulfill themselves and satisfy some need of growth there, emotionally. Now this Page of Cups is also, their motto is Juliet, from Romeo and Juliet, was a poser. And they didn't give much deeper description into that, because the interpretation of the card went on to something else. But the motto just said Juliet was a poser. So I had to do some work where I thought about the story of Romeo and Juliet. And when I did, I discovered that, yes, Romeo and Juliet both loved each other. But when you analyze how each of them, both lovers, decided on how to act about that love and what to do about it, they took different courses. Romeo was very honest. He was up straight with his family. If his family didn't like it, I think he fought his cousin or something. But like he left that and he moved to some cottage in the neighboring community or neighboring town. Juliet, on the other hand, when she finally told her parents that yes, they were already married and they consummated their love, their parents kind of went underhanded and were like, we need to keep the secret. We want to marry you off to a better suitor. You're just going to have to forget about Romeo. It never happened. You can't marry him. And she was like, no, I love Romeo. I'm going to run away with him. And then her parents said, well, if you do, you'll be disentitled. You'll have no money. And if anything ever happens to you, you can never come back here. You're like dead to us. So she couldn't bear that. Like her family kind of knew that by putting that to her in that way, she'd have to choose between her ultimate love, potentially a new family, or her old family, or the family she comes from. I mean, that's a very intense ultimatum. I feel for her that way. I mean, many people couldn't do better than her in that situation. But here's the thing. Once they said that to her, she had the option to then take a stance like Romeo, be honest and say, nope, I'm gone. And to leave, perhaps things would have worked out better for her. Because she would have took a more honest stance with love. It's not that she didn't love him. I'm not saying that honestly she didn't love him, but I'm saying the way of going about showing that and getting that to manifest, she wasn't as honest. So what she did do was she bought poison, or this, like, you know, she made a deal with this priest so that she could fake her death. And that way she could, like, keep her reputation with her family, not piss off that other suitor. She could just sort of get out of all her problems with this, like, cop-out. Like, oh, I'm dead. I didn't choose this. I didn't stand up for myself and live the life I wanted. I'm just going to squiggle out and make it look like, you know, she didn't really choose it for herself. So what happened was, when the time she woke up, the letter didn't get to Romeo in time. So by the time he arrived in town and there was a funeral going on for her, he just bought the poison. And by the time she woke up, he was already, like, and she was like, oh my God, how cruel. Like, you couldn't save me a drop. Like, I know, like, it's a very romantic ending, but if you look at it this way, with real raw emotion, take the cinematics out of it. How pissed off was she that all her scheming and plans did not work out? She didn't get what she wanted from Romeo. She faked her death with her family. She don't want to go back and marry them. You know what I mean? And now that she did all this, she basically killed her lover with her inadequacy and not planning it out very well. So there was no way she could live a life after that with all of that, because then the Cabot's family or whatever, Romeo's family, like they were fighting. So that would cause more fighting. So she knew she was, for lack of a better word, like F-U-C-K-E-D. Like she was frigged. She knew it. She knew it. So that's what I'm trying to say. So in that moment when she took that sword and she was so angry it didn't work out and she drove it through herself, I'm not saying she didn't love him, but was it completely out of, I can't live without you and I want to join you, like Romeo's intentions were? Or was it like, this is what I'm left with, now I have to react and, oh, I have to do this to make it even, make it fair, make it right. So I'm not trying to say she's a bad person. I'm trying to say that that's why this person thinks Juliet is a poser. Because she's just someone willing to soak up the vibes of the love and just kind of react in life. She's not someone that's going to take ownership and actually sacrifice for the love herself. You know? Because all of her what sacrifices did she really make other than at the very end put the sword through her? She didn't really sacrifice anything. She was trying to get out of her sacrifices, if anything. So I think that's why this person thinks Romeo's more of a poser. Juliet's more of a poser. Because it's like she didn't take that honest, straightforward, sacrificing attempt at love. She didn't do that. So this person believes if you really love somebody, you'll be honest and you'll, whether the path is hard or easy, you will do it because you love them. Because they're worth it, because they deserve the same amount of loyalty, love, and integrity they've given you. And perhaps Juliet didn't meet Romeo there as much, because in lover's aspect, she was the less developed lover. She was the one that had more issues there and couldn't resolve them in straightforward, honest, practical ways. Does that make sense? But, and again, I read this Page of Wands in the last reading for Aries. And again, like the ugly duckling, the motto of, I have a tool, yes, it's nice, I'll use it when I'm good and ready. So, if you have this Knight of Pentacles here, which is a face card, Taurus, that says to me that there is somebody that you see as an equal that's willing to build in the way that speaks to you. And then there's somebody that's got that emotional, like Juliet part to it, whether they are critiquing something else or somebody else in your life, like calling out that, like illuminating it, like whether there's this Page of Cups is saying, who's your Juliet in your life? Like they could be provoking, like basically telling you that what you have isn't as good, or this person could literally embody that Juliet energy themselves. Who knows? But this Page of Wands is also someone looking for their passion, and you know, yes, they have the potential to do it, but they're not ready to do it yet. So I want to say that to you, Taurus, because if you're looking to build, these two types of people could aid you in understanding how they are working or not working for that situation. So really be aware of that. I'm not trying to say that they could be harming the situation, but you know, one could be aiding, one could not, or this or that, or vice versa. But or maybe it says just to focus on the Knight of Pentacles, because the Knight is more evolved than the Pages. But however, the Pages could be providing lots of inspiration and movement because they're so ready to go towards the project. But that's only if they're willing participants. I mean, we can't just look at people's potential and expect that they're going to live up to that for us. Often, if they can't figure it out for themselves, they're not ready to do it for themselves, they're not going to really be ready to do it for someone else, potentially. And then in other situations, somebody could be overgiving to other people in their life, like this Page of Wands, even though they have all this potential and they could do it, maybe they have other people in their life that they're hyper-focused on, they're doing stuff for, and that's why they're not working on themselves. So then when you come in, you're expecting them to take themselves seriously. perhaps it's like they're not intending to mess around the opportunity, but perhaps they're just not seeing it clearly because they're dealing with so much other, stuff. So yeah, I'm going to leave that there. 8 of Wands on the bottom of the deck. I just had to check because where I read those cards that fell out. But I had to give more insight on the 7 of Swords. We have 3 face cards here, so be careful who's taking away from your greater good, who's removing the success from your life, or who's creating blockages. It's not like we need to get mad at them, but it's like, it's good to know if they're blocking us so that we can limit their access to that blockage, to creating that blockage for us. And this 8 of Wands says to me, you're going to have passionate communication. It's coming in. So passion can be a good thing, but passion can also turn to hot, heated, in that really like kind of intense way as well. So make sure you're dodging the ones that are meant to like engulf you in flame, and make sure like you're receiving the little kisses that blow, like, you know, like I could blow a kiss and that could be movement of positive energy, or I could throw a dagger and that could be like really, you know, not as, you know, so be careful what energy, passionate energy you're on the receiving end of. But I think that's beautiful for you, Taurus. So I'm going to draw you a star seed. All right, let's see. Okay. Feel this one. A new earth, Taurus. It's happening. Keep holding the vision. So yes, things are moving forward for you, Taurus. Things are happening, and we are definitely wanting to hold that vision. So whether we see it, the end result or not, the happening is always happening. Always happening. So that means that there's always unseen work, moves, and plays at work. So enjoy the journey, like enjoy the small happenings on the way to larger happenings, Taurus. Because it seems like you're starting a beautiful new cycle to work at something very passionate with potential energies, people that can really come together and illuminate that, because that's the 3 of Pentacles. Look, oh my gosh. Is this your team, Taurus? You've got a Knight of Pentacles leading the team, or whether you're the leader or whatnot. And then you've got this chillaxed Page of Wands, and you've got this refined Page of Cups. Oh, thank you for the gifts. And that's your team, the 3 of Pentacles. That's 3 of you guys working together. But just because it could be a harmonious thing doesn't mean that it can always go harmonious. So be on the lookout for... But don't give up on things either, unless they're like so bad. Like, I don't want to say, oh, tolerates really, really bad stuff from people just because, you know, I'm telling you it'll all work out. Like, no. Like, use your own discretion. But if it's just a couple little blumpy things, but overall you're working as a team, that's normal. But if it's like these people are like sabotaging or really stealing, keep an eye out for that. Like, I don't want to make you paranoid, but you have that strength, Taurus. But because you do have that strength, I'm sorry to say, there are people that are going to admire that about you and come in and try to take some of that strength or observe that strength so they can do it for themselves. So some people are better intentioned there than others. So just because something smells similar doesn't mean it could be the same thing. What is it? Like, there's a certain flower that smells really sweet, but it's actually really poisonous. So, like, use discretion there. But that's what I got for you, Taurus. So that's beautiful. So thank you, Taurus. All right, so our next sign we're going to be doing is Gemini. I'm really far away from the camera, so I can't see you guys' comments. Can you jump for me? So Gemini. So how is Taurus season treating you? I know we just got out of Aries season. So I'm going to do 6 cards for Gemini. And I'm going to look at the bottom of the deck. And I'll do a star seed. So Gemini, for the highest good, Taurus season. And first off, on my lap, we have the Empress. I really like this version of the Empress. She got the moon up here. And she got, she's always pregnant. She's always birthing new creations, whether artistically, mentally, or physically. And then Gemini, we have the 9 of Pentacles, which is self-mastery, the energy of basically having it all, like being, if the 10 of Pentacles was having the final result of the perfect physical life that you could want, the 9 of Pentacles is that of having that confidence, like the wealth is in you, like you're the type person, like wealth follows you, entrepreneur type of energy. So Gemini, you have the Empress and the 9 of Pentacles. So it looks like Taurus season to me is saying that you have, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, 7 of Cups, which is like fantasy, knowing what to order. Like this is all about ordering and receiving from the universe. So the cup we choose is the cup we get. So, and once we receive the cup, energetically, there's no spiritual refunds. So you're going to learn the lessons of what each cup contains. So with the Empress and the 9 of Pentacles here, it says to me that, that this is a Gemini who's like pretty much the Empress. Like you love to go out and you like, that's very much a Gemini thing too. Very much social, like likes to create new things, see new people, new friendships, bonds, artistic or business endeavors. And then we have the 9 of Swords. So it says to me that there has been some sleepless nights, perhaps, or, excuse me, some restlessness over these flock of swords. And I say a flock because different ones are winged, like birds or monsters. So when we wake at night, thinking about thoughts that aren't quite serving our confidence or our integrity or our highest good, it's like we're creating this flock of thoughts, these illusionary monsters that are sent to torture us. But we do it to ourselves. So I think this is a Gemini who is so successful, so creative, but they're needing to make decisions about what cups they want in their life. You know, do they want to train their pet dragon and just to find out that, you know, the dragon went rah and singed all their hair off? Or do they want, you know, this slippery little eel, you know, and they think, oh, I get to own the slippery eel, but really it slips out of their hand. It's always deep down and underneath the surface. They can't really own it. It's gone. Or do you want this sand castle, which markedly looks beautiful, like it looks like the place you want to live, but it's made out of sand. It's going to crumble or you're going to get sand in your hands. It's not what it was advertised to be. Or do you want like a blimp, like travel, like which is lessons and learning, more experience? Or do you want a Christmas wreath, which is like represents Christmas? But the wreath itself, like we don't look forward to Christmas solely for the wreath, but it's what the wreath represents, like the feeling we get from Christmas. So sometimes we could be after something physical, like nostalgic, and we think, oh, if I get that wreath, I get Christmas. But you can still own the wreath and have it on your lap and not feel the vibe of Christmas too. So there's a duality there with wanting nostalgia, because it might not be it. Like I might go downstairs and grab my Christmas wreath and present it to you right now, but that doesn't mean it's going to be Christmas, you know? That kind of thing. And then there's like a bunch of jewels in a cup. Like, do you want wealth? So then you can decide exactly what you want. Or what is it? Do you want hearts and flowers, like the perfect love? But up on this top shelf, it's like a cup full of diamonds, rubies, and jewels. And once you have wealth, then you can basically choose whatever you want. But energetic cups aren't the same as physical wealth cups. You know what I'm trying to say? So if money is the thing you want in your cup, if money makes you happy, because it's like, oh, I could buy other stuff. But at a point to make all that money, if you're constantly in the making money part and you can't enjoy the wealth, then that wouldn't feel great either. So and then if we're solely wanting this ideal love, is it real love or is it ideal? Are we making this person more than what they are, or are they actually physically, in reality, showing off the results that they are that perfect love? So there's dualities there, and this Gemini is figuring that out. They're learning to have that discretion, but perhaps they're being hard on themselves over what they've ordered or chosen in the past, like what cups they've actually had. Like, were they spilt? Were they stolen? Did people, give with integrity? Or, you know what I mean? Things like that. Oh, and for Gemini, I have the Six of Swords. So again, that's like going on a journey. This woman is getting in this airship, and they're going to their fulfillment, to the place they really want to be in life. Now, the Six of Swords, to me, is thoughts. So it's like you're going on a thought journey or a spiritual journey within yourself. You could very well go across town to buy that book that you want to learn. So it could be like a little bit of physical travel with it, but it's thoughts. So like you're moving through your thoughts, and you're going to be getting out of this sticky energy of creating those monsters or shaming yourself over what you've chosen in the past, because that's not what it's about. It's about looking at the blessing that you've gotten these lessons, and now you're somebody who doesn't have to choose that cup again, because you know what it's about. You know? Like, very rarely can we make decisions that we don't understand, because if we don't understand the decision we're making, that's not our decision. That's control. That's somebody else telling us. From my experience, I deem this good or bad, so don't or do. So do or don't do it. You know what I mean? And that's like loss of control. So the only way to really understand for sure our preference and our truth is to experience. So don't beat yourself up, Gemini. Like, we all make mistakes. To live is to make mistakes. Oh my gosh. Well, this card, the Eight of Pentacles, came out. So you're working really hard. But I'm not going to read that one because it was for the last two reads, and these cards fell out first. So I'm going to read you the little book that fell out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so it says to me there's a tower. The tower was here. So that means sudden change. The universe, God, whatever you feel is looking out for you in the world. That's the tower is them getting involved and saying this stuff went on way too long, it's not good for you, and God or the source or energy, your guardian angels, your guides, whatever you feel cares about you in this energetic world, they don't want you to stay in a kingdom built on lies or things that don't what is it? Like, different kingdoms represent the flavor of what the people uphold. So if what you actually really desire and who you are isn't represented by your kingdom, you best believe the gods are going to zap that tower and blow it out for you. Okay, that sounded weird. But you know what I mean. You know, the gods, you know, like, what is it? I think in religion, or what is it, like, the city of Babylon? Wasn't the city of Babylon destroyed by, like, some sort of hellfire because, you know, the gods got involved because it was too, like, the society within Babylon became too toxic and too, like, nobody was happy. Everyone was, like, sort of hurting each other and doing dishonest things. Like, there was just no sense of order in the world whatsoever there. And that's the thing. It's not like, you know, a certain lifestyle or not is good or bad. It just means that when society, when a whole group, like a whole city, like, is built on a hierarchy of just hurting each other, that society is naturally going to implode on itself and destroy itself anyhow. So it's not like, you know, like, there's someone out there keeping tabs. Like, it's one thing if you do a few things in your life that's, you know, not so good. I mean, that comes with its own karma. But when we look at, like, you know, it seems a bit harsh to wipe a whole city out. But, you know, I mean, if everybody in that city got to a point where they were all their worst versions of themselves, there would be no systems to work back in better versions of yourself. So how would it get better? It just wouldn't. So, you know, like, no one would be there to bake the bread, you know, then people starve to death, you know. So whether it was an actual weather phenomenon event that, like, got rid of the thing, or whether it was just natural societal degradation that made it happen, that's what the tower represents. It just represents the purest form of karma kind of getting involved. And there's good karma and bad karma, so I don't want that word karma to carry too much negative stuff. But here we have the star. So you don't get the star through the 24, major arcana. You don't get the star until you go through the tower. You have to go through hellfire to get your star. So that's what it's saying to you, Geminis. Like, a few of you have had to go through a lot of, like, you've had to learn through contrast what you don't want to know what you do want. And it says to me that all of this is mounting so that now you can clearly see your star and move towards it. So I'm going to put that with the tower. And here, again, this card ties in, the Eight of Cups ties a lot in with the Seven of Cups. Because once you make up your mind about what cups you like, you see how now in the 8, she has collected the cups she likes the most. But she's also assessing. She's like, is this what I want? Like, you know? So that's the way life cycles. Whatever we choose, there's going to be a reckoning, another moment later on where we're going to look at what we chose and we're going to be like, is it serving me? So it says to me that you're on that journey of perfecting what that is for you. And you are blessed. I'm going to put the 8 of Cups with the 7 of Cups. So you are blessed with this chalice, this beautiful, ever-flowing, eternal chalice, the Ace of Cups, which is all about new beginnings emotionally. So it says to me that after this recollection, after the understanding of what emotionally really fills you, and the letting go of toxic thoughts, or swords can also represent influences like people, communication, things that people have told you that have affected how you see yourself or things you like. So you're learning to tear a lot of that down with this tower. You're learning to say, you know what? Was this built for somebody else or was it built for me? Maybe I should stop listening to how other people want life to be for me. I mean, yes, if they're coming from a good place, hear them out. Hear the inspiration that they have for you, but don't let them change how you truly feel about something if it's not how you truly feel. And that's what this Ace of Cups is saying to me. And when I look at the bottom of the deck, it was the 7 of Swords. So yeah, again, a thief, or sometimes taking our personal stance in life that's apart from the whole. society looks at that as a theft, like you're making things difficult, or you're doing things in a different way. But if we don't have these rebels, these people that do things in a different way, we're not going to advance as a society with techniques, form, with emotion, intelligence. Like, we sort of need these sort of rebels to create these different test examples of what is possible. All of it might not be right. All of it might not be wrong. It's a matter of perspective. Who's looking at it? Who's valuing it? What their intention to draw from it is. So again, like, again, this card, Seven of Swords, says to me, like, possibly imposter syndrome. Like, if the Gemini has been living in a tower that's not really meant for them, they could have been, like, changing themselves to kind of fit the situation. It makes them kind of feel like they're not true to themselves, if that makes sense. But then again, Gemini is that two-face, that are opposites looking at each other. So it's a togetherness of polar oppositeness. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, some of you Geminis needed to go down this road so that you could really have that contrast. So that now you are the Nine of Pentacles. You're entrepreneur. You have the skills within you to birth new creations like the Emperor, and to, you know what I mean? To really, like, now you're at a position where you really can get your happiness in a lot of ways, because you've really gone through what it is that doesn't make you happy. If that makes sense. So I'm going to get your star seed now, Gemini. So I hope you guys have enjoyed that. I mean, the star is a beautiful omen. It's very much the thing that leads and guides us. Our great hope and great faith. So this is a Gemini that's going to have their wishes come true. They just have to keep the faith and stay true to themselves. That's what I'm seeing. Feel the middle. Karmic relationships, Oran energy, polarity, soul growth, conflict. Now I see what that Seven of Swords is. Okay, so if some of you Geminis move away from an old way of living, or something old, whether it's a whole new life or just a person or a job, whatever that is for you, that moving away from them creates a karma. And that karma is unresolved. So it's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing. It just means that by taking your power back and moving to what's honest for you, other people are going to feel left behind or abandoned, perhaps. If it's what's best for you to move on, I don't want you feeling bad for them and not doing what's good for you just because of that. I just want you to understand that this is why sometimes people will communicate really ugly or not be supportive or act the way you expect or like them to. It's because, if they become dependent on a certain level of exchange from you or energy, and then you change the tables on them, it could take anybody time to adjust to respond appropriately, and most people aren't going to do that work. They're just going to go, why did you do this? They're going to act really quickly. So if that's what's happening here, it's saying that in order to create the best karmic outcome for you, if they act really crappy about your epiphany, let the crappiness that they act create the situation of karma and mental state they're going to be left in. Don't make it yours, because then you're going to go right back into, the source blew that tower apart so you wouldn't live there anymore. So don't feel guilted to have to stay back and help someone rebuild their castle if it's not yours to fix. That's what they want to fix. It's not. Don't let people obligate you. But if moving forward and doing or working on yourself is your top priority, then any karmic resonance or issues that resolve from that, it's worth it to propel you to really cement and build that new fundamentals of that new life. That transition can be hard, because sometimes when things get difficult, we want to go back to what's normal or what's natural, or even if I don't use those words, stuff that's we're used to it. Like, we've already built up momentum. It's easier to go back to a speed we're used to going than to go on a new uncharted thing. But this Oran energy, it's water. Like, it's very much, it's cups. Like, you want to grow your soul and you want to evolve in a way that's more meaningful for you. To create a balance between the polarity within yourself and in your outside world. And yes, it comes with conflict, but sometimes it is the essence of conflicts that tells us how efficient or inefficient or what needs to be reaffirmed or not. Like, often when we're ready to, like if we were playing a video game, often when you're just about to beat the boss and you're right at the end of the level, that's when things are going to be faster and come at you harder and more attacks are going to be thrown at you. So often when we're about to level up is when we're under the most attack or we feel the most drained. So it's very much saying to you that it's all leading you towards your star, Gemini. And that's beautiful. I'm going to leave it there. So it's all leading you to your star. This beautiful star. You're a star, Gemini. You are. And you've worked hard to get where you are. You're very much focused on the people in your life. Like, you give people so much. I think this is a Gemini that needs to take some time, at least if not all time. Like, it's not like you want to be like totally self-centered, but you definitely want to take more time than you have been for yourself so that you feel better. So I hope you guys enjoyed that, Gemini. Okay, so next is Cancer. Cancer, how are you, Cancer? I hope Aries season was good for you. Now we're moving into Taurus season, so lots of stable, slow, but steady progress. It's a great time. Fun fact, if you like jokes, I have a joke for Cancer. So, okay, you know, like breast cancer, cancer's also a sickness, right? Like cancer. Okay, so do you guys want to know how the doctors came up with the term to label that disease cancer? I don't know if you guys have heard this one before, but it's funny. Okay, so a group of doctors were analyzing a man that had just died of a disease. So the three doctors are looking down, and the first doctor goes, geez, that looks bad. What is it? And the second doctor goes, I don't know. And then he asks the lead doctor, like the lead professional resident on site, he asks them, he's like, can you tell me what that is? And the lead doctor goes, no, I can't, sir. So they called it cancer. Because no, I can't, sir. I can't tell you what it is. Anyway, I'm bad at telling jokes, but I thought that was funny. So, with that, Cancer, oh, 4 of Cups popped out. But I didn't set the intention, so it says to me that Cancers are needing to heal from some emotional understanding that whatever little bit of emotion or happiness in their life, they have to guard or protect it. And that's not true. The hidden chalice on the shelf behind them that they're not looking at is that's an ever refilling cup. It never empties. It's part of you. You're that cup that never empties, Cancer. And I got the 7 of Pentacles. assessing where you are, seeing if the progress you've amounted so far, is it really progress, or does it feel stagnant? Or you could feel many different ways about it, but what it's asking you to look at is to see it as the glass half full. Like, look at how much you've learned and amassed so far. If you need to go in a new direction and you think, well, all this is a waste, it's never a waste, because you had to build to that level of degree to figure out if it's truly for you or not. And the 2 cards hit the floor with the Sun and the 4 Cups again. So it's telling me whatever Cancers out there that could have been struggling with a bit of unhappiness, again, Cups are emotion. It says that the sun is shining in your life, like you are a sunny aspect. So that means that if you just let that inner shine, your outside world will start reflecting it. It's not always about gaining that perfect home or shining up that perfect life on the outside. Yes, that's part of it, but if we could be very shiny on the outside and still feel very dirty and mucked up, like, to clean the house and make the house really shiny and pretty, sometimes it murks us up. So it makes us dirty, we need to shower. So I think energetically Cancers go through that. They go through so much work of making that self-sacrifice for what they love and building that perfect life for themselves and really giving themselves 100% to their people and family, their life, that they forget to really, that building a sense of self is a part of the whole, but it's also part of the self. So I feel like some Cancers are looking at that. They're starting to realize, I'm the sun. What I want in my life is like I shine. Like I shine whether my house shines. Like, feeling like you're shiny. You know what I mean? Did you ever see the movie Moana? That part where the crab is under the sea and he's like, I'm shiny! And he's like got all his treasures under there. He's like, I'm a shiny. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are getting what I'm saying, but yeah, I'm going to set the intention here now because cards just keep falling out. Hierophant, so commitment issues, feeling like, should I commit to this? What have I committed to in the past? How has that served me? What would I like to commit to? Who wants to commit to me? Things like that. Commitment. Being a part of something bigger and much more, like say if you're a part of a religion, the commandments or whatever that religion dictates to you, you have to do to abide by that religion, that would be like you doing what it takes to uphold that level of service for it. But yeah, I'm going to set my intention now. This is getting long. Okay, so Cancer, I'm going to do 6 cards, and then I'm going to look at the bottom of the card for Taurus season for next month, for Cancer, for the highest good. Thank you. I try to make sure I set my intentions because I think that's an important part. People like to see what your intentions are. This card flipped over. 3 of Cups. The Queen of Cups. And the Knight of Swords. So the reason why I took those 3 is because this one flipped over so I could see the face, and then the others flipped over so it was against the deck, so we'll go with that, considering the beginning of this was long. 5 of Swords. Let's just get the reading out this time. Alright, Cancer. Let's see. A couple more cards. Oh, this one flipped over. When I say flipped over, it goes the opposite direction of the whole deck, so then I look at it as noteworthy. Like it's jumping at me. Alright. And again, the 7 of Swords. What is with this? And on the bottom of the deck, Justice. Okay. Okay, so... Okay, let's get into it. Okay, this says to me... Okay, so Three of Cups. Third party situations. Now, even though this is a third party situation, it doesn't say that not all these women could be having fun. Because traditionally when you read the Three of Cups, it is a happy time. Because it's about having lots of options, lots of like cups, emotion. Like, it says to me that you're getting emotion from different types of connections, and altogether that creates a sense of fulfillment. Like, threes are magical. Like, they create a harmonious, like, often when we watch TV shows, often there's like three best friends, or like there's this exchange where one says this and starts the idea, the other takes another stance, and then there could be a comic relief. Like, so often, even within art, like, threes have this recipe of fulfillment. Like, so it's a good omen. I do like the Three of Cups here, because it's about having all that emotion that you need from different individuals to make that decision. But often some readers can read the Three of Cups as like a third party situation where it's like, oh, they're cheating or there's someone else involved. So I want to illuminate that more. There could be dynamics where someone else could be involved, but that doesn't mean that they're being unfaithful to you, or that they're having like a sexual or a romantic relationship with somebody else. It could just mean that there's somebody else that they get a sense of love or emotion from. And they are enjoying the exchange between the tripod of people, okay? That makes sense? So it could not be malice. Like, I don't want people to jump to malice right away. But, so that's how I see that right there. But it says to me that amongst all of these Three of Cups, somewhere in Cancer's world is this Queen of Cups. Now, this could be Cancer's energy. Like, I'm now Queen of Cups. I'm very refined taste. I know what I want. And, you know, and I expect that same level in love. Like, that could be your energy. Like, this is the love I want to manifest. Because the Queen of Cups is a catch. But she's not going to pour that cup out for anybody. So that means that, you know, if it's Cancer, you're not going to pour your cup out for anybody. So when you do give somebody a cup, they really feel valued by you. Or they should, because it's like you're not going to give it to just anybody. And the same, if this is a person in your life, Cancer, then it's somebody that's just like, if they're giving you attention or even the time of day, they don't have to be. So, you know, they're not doing it out of, you know, just to be nice, or like, you know, they're only going to do it if it emotionally fulfills them. You know, sometimes Cancers can be very good socially. They can just be nice to everybody, depending on what's in their chart. But this is the Queen of Cups. Like, yes, she can be social, but she's not like the Queen of Wands. The King of Wands, who will socialize more. She's like very much about her emotion, like her growth, like, you know? So I'm saying if you have an aspect where you have that connection with somebody, how much more beautiful is that? Like, if you love in a certain way and someone else loves in a certain way, and that works really well together. So for some Cancers out there, like, you're looking at the Queen of Cups. Like, you're like, am I the Queen of Cups? Or, yes, I am the Queen of Cups. And I deserve the Queen of Cups. Like, I deserve somebody that's going to love me in that way. Now, we have the Knight of Swords. So that says to me it's a face card, just like the Queen of Cups. There's somebody in your life, Cancer, who's a little swordsy. You know, this swords person, you know, I mean, I like the sword, the Knight of Swords. I mean, they can be very beneficial to you in your life, Cancer, perhaps because they look at ideas, communication, and systems, ideas. So this is someone that could definitely provide you a lot of, like, air energy, like mental energy to help you. But this person, you know, they're not really soft and ooey gooey and chewy like the Queen of Cups. You know, this is someone that's more looking at it like businessy, like this is what I got for you, what do you got for me, like you know, like very much like on a practical mental level, you know? I mean, for friendship or, you know, or for business, I like this energy, but like say if you are the one in the middle and the other two cups, but the Three of Cups is this Queen of Cups and this Knight of Swords, there's a complete difference between the Queen of Cups and a Knight of Swords. Like, they're in different fields. Like, first off, they have different class rankings. A queen is much more evolved on her journey than a knight would be. And they're also in different categories. Queens are concerned with love, emotion, cups, artistic endeavors, fulfillment. Swords is about, you know, ideas, mental energy, thoughts, writing a thesis, organization, you know, those aspects. Yes, you need a certain amount of communication within a relationship. So that's what this Knight of Swords could represent. It could represent fast coming in communication and then fast getting out. It's almost like they're going to come in with the information, see what you are going to do about it. But if they don't get the reaction they want, they're going to fly back out and take that sword somewhere else. So, Cancer, I feel like you're having to make up your minds. And I feel like some of you could be looking to me like, okay, which one is she going to say is better? And I can't say that because different Cancers are on different journeys. Some Cancers, like if it's a competition between the Queen of Cups and the Knight of Swords, say as people energetically, just because the Queen of Cups is the Queen of emotion. I'm not gonna lie, like to a Cancer, the Queen of Cups, she's the Queen of the hearts. You know, I mean, she's very close. She has a position this Knight of Swords doesn't have, you know? So this Knight of Swords has to work harder with their mental energy to overcompensate or to fill in the gaps where there could be less emotion. Does that make sense? But on the other side of that, this could be a knight that hasn't really known themselves enough to know what they love, or they're not really looking at the cup aspect or the emotion aspect in the situation with Cancer. They're just looking at like the practical side, like give and take, what can be, like, you know? Which is okay. I mean, that's okay. I mean, it's whatever Cancers want. But I'm saying that, the reason why I'm saying that between this, and I'm stuck on it right now, is because when I look down here, I see the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords to me is somebody who is going around town taking everybody's swords away. Now, thought, swords, communication, the ability to do that is very important for humanity. So to take that, to take thoughts, to take ideas, or to take protection, swords, because sometimes thoughts and ideas can protect us, create shields, so that we're not vulnerable or naive. So if someone's taking all the power away, they've won. For now. So if it was a game, they've won. But, unlike games, in reality, when people win, they don't usually win for long. Meaning that just because they win the game, people are going to find something else to stab them in the back with. Or to rebel, or to take back their swords. Or their ideas. So if Cancer, if you're taking these ideas from this Knight of Swords, you may win the game and have the control, or you might be able to control the situation because you understand what you're getting. But but that's what I'm trying to say. It seems to me like it's been working systematically because there's control. There's a way to make things work. But it's also saying to me that there's not much emotion there. So it's a lot of hard work to maintain the connection when cups is more like just having fun. It's flowing more organically. Because you can have this type of relationship in lots of different ways. Friends, business partners. I mean, this doesn't have to be lover energy. So if it is a lover energy, that's probably why you're looking at your Queen of Cups. You're like, I can see why you're looking at the Queen of Cups. It has nothing to do with which person's better. It's saying all people have value. But to you, this person seems swordsy. Like, it's a communication thing. It's just like, it works on that level. But, you know, if you are in a committed relationship with someone like this, it's no wonder why you're feeling that Three of Cups energy and you're looking over at your Queen of Cups, your heart and soul over there. So that's what I see there. But it says to me the Three of Wands. And the Three of Wands is manifesting. It is actively waiting. And active waiting is not just like lazy. It's saying, while I'm waiting, I'm going to believe I already have it or that it's going to come. It's having confidence that your ships are coming in. It's manifesting. It's seeing before you get it. It's believing. It's having faith. And the reason why I say these stolen swords are important, because if you're building a relationship solely on how many swords you're getting from a person, the Seven of Swords says to me that eventually they're going to... Okay, can I be really real with a few of you Cancers right now? Okay. Say if you ignore this Queen of Cups and you stay, like if this is a relationship thing, and you stay with this Knight of Swords. Okay. Because you see your Queen of Cups, right? Now, you won't go for your Queen of Cups because you're like, oh, I have this relationship with this Knight of Swords. And I don't want to hurt this Knight of Swords because they've been helpful. They have communication, ideas. They've been a part of what you've built. I get that. But here's the emotional consequence for choosing one or the other. If you stay with this Queen of Swords, with this Knight of Swords, this is potentially how it could work out. What's going to happen is, just as you have the potential for a Three of Cups, different people who catch your eye, this Knight of Swords has the same equal opportunity. So that means that if your relationship's only built on a practical communication, just like it works, but there's still this jealousy thing, and if you give up, basically what I'm trying to say, if you give up your opportunity to have your Queen of Cups, that might serve the agenda for the short term, because it'll satisfy this Knight of Swords, because if they don't got anything else that they have to work on right now, that wouldn't be very fair to them. They obviously want you not to have that other option so that they can have more of a relaxed time with their exchange. But here's the thing. What happens one day when this Knight of Swords, after all this working and communicating and, all of a sudden sees their Queen of Cups? Are they going to give that up to stay in just something practical? Because it's easy to do that when you don't see nothing. But what I'm trying to say is, if you think, no, I'll give up a really, really loving thing because it's just love, I mean, we might not be able to work together. You know what I'm trying to say? This already works, it's just easier to stay. I mean, that's a practical way to think too. But here's the duality. Because often, different people make different decisions. So just because you can give up your Queen of Cups for something that's working and makes your life look good, does not mean that by the time they find their Queen of Cups and that's illuminated to them, that they're going to think that that connection is worth giving that up. So I'm saying that, I'm not saying anything, I'm not telling you guys what to think, but I am trying to say that for whoever finally gets left behind, because which other person, whether it be Cancer or the other person, took their Queen of Cups, whoever's left is going to feel like the other one took the swords, took the communication, took the life, took it all. So that's what I'm saying. So that's the scary thing about solely having relationships that make you look good, because maybe they're only willing to play along and play along with that looking good because they got nothing better to look at. But once they have something better to look at, they might not feel it's worth giving up what they want to look at to have that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, Cancers value the home. They value that. But Cancer could be with a partner that might feel that they would do the same. But hang on. Do they have that opportunity that you have? Do they have that clarification? Did they learn that life lesson that you learned? Are they able to give up and sacrifice? Or, you know what I'm trying to say? Because the thing is, you might give up your opportunity, and 3 years later, after like kids or marriage or whatever, all of a sudden they learn their life lessons, see their Queen of Cups, all of a sudden they're divorcing and they're moving on with their life. I'm not trying to scare people. I'm looking at practical applications of what society has brought us and has given us, and is like things that are obviously happening within society that are allowed to happen. Because nobody is trapped. Nobody is, I mean, you could feel trapped. You could say to yourself, oh, I'll never be with another person, or I only want to be with this one person. But it doesn't mean that other people are going to feel that way, or feel that way forever. So I'm not trying to put a damper here, but this, with Justice on the bottom of the deck, it says to me that there's a Cancer wanting justice, wanting, just wanting like the better things in their life. Like they're starting to realize what has value. A bunch of gems or tarot cards, like life lessons. Because you could have all the money in the world, but if you didn't learn nothing from lessons, if you didn't grow or experience anything, how are you going to know what to buy, what to choose, what to live, what to be? You can't. So money is so much less than the tarot cards, because the tarot cards come with inspiration. They come with life lessons that really help you to create and make that money. So if Cancer out there is with a partner because it looks right or it makes their life feel successful, but they don't have that emotional loving in exchange, I mean, Cancer's going to work hard at the greater good of, okay, I'm being a little bit intrusive here, but this is what I get from the Cancer energy. Cancer's going to work hard at their home life and make it good no matter what, whether they're with someone for love or that. So you are the stable common denominator there, whether you choose to give up your Queen of Cups and stay in something that works. I feel like that, you can do that. Not everybody Cancer chooses is going to be the same. You know, they're just looking, they could potentially just be looking at, how is it now? Once life changes and the dynamics change, they can change. You know, so I'm saying that if Cancer's asking me about who they should choose, then that says to me that they're struggling. And the answer I want to give them is that if you're already a hard worker and can make the home life work, you already provide that level of communication. So if you love somebody, you're already going to work it out that there's going to be communication and it's going to work out. But it's easier to work on how to create better communication than it is to create love. Like, you know, that's my like, you know, like, you can always learn and add more communication to a loving relationship. It's hard to add more love to a practical connection. Like, we can't force our hearts to love more. But when we love someone, we can make sacrifices and force ourselves to communicate better and to operate in more honest and open ways. And that's so much more easier, I would think, when you love somebody. But, don't listen to me, Cancer. I mean, if your life is perfect and you're already married and you've got, the perfect, life, I mean, yeah, some people aren't really willing to divorce that for a Queen of Cups. But if you're already out having fun with this Queen of Cups and things are really developing, I mean, it's only a matter of time before, unless you're in a polygamous relationship or something where you can have your cake and eat it too. But in many cases, something's going to blump out over. And it's much better to tell yourself, it's much better to make that understanding, would it be better for me if my intention is to be and spend more time with Queen of Cups, say if you have a family or something, it might be more beneficial before it's a bad thing to let everybody know that this is where you're moving towards and what you're trying out, or to at least test the waters to see if that's where you want to go, than to all of a sudden be caught doing something, and then that be much more damaging to an already made family. You know what I mean? You don't, you might have such a respect for your wife, for your children, or maybe it's dynamics are different. Maybe it's your husband and your children, and you're, vice versa here. But you know what I'm trying to say? You might never want to hurt them, or have them think of you like that. So I'm saying in a situation like that, it's much better to address the cat in the room, to say to that spouse or to that person, hey, we haven't been close in a very long time. You'll always be family. I have a type of love and respect for you. You're the parent of my kids. I want this to always be a working relationship. But lately I've felt an attraction to somebody else built up. It just started out as a casual friendship, but now I feel a lot of romantic feelings. And in order to explore that and to honor that and see if that's worth going for or not, I have to be honest with you in order to know that, because I don't want to be having my cake and eating too. I don't want to be hurting you by trying to try something out, and if it doesn't work, that's underhanded. It's if you really want to go try something else out, just tell somebody you're trying something else out. You know what I mean? Because then if it doesn't work, perhaps that person could then be well, the person did tell me they were confused and they were exploring romantic feelings with somebody else and they need to take a break. They still want to pay the child stuff or keep a house together, whatever it is. Some people, if the love hasn't been there in a long time, often both people will feel it. And if you haven't been close in a while, you both have became independent enough that it should be no surprise. Maybe the other person could be dramatic and make it a bigger deal because of their ego or what life they chose. But whatever way, you can't control how people are going to act. You can only control your own happiness. And I just think that if you are going to live happily ever with the Queen of Cups and leave the home type family, it'd be much better to do that on a mutually good ground where it's okay, everyone can get to know each other and be a supportive family in that new thing, as opposed to, the spouse catching them in an act of trying to figure it out, and then everybody made look worse, and then kids potentially viewing it in a bad way. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to downplay these situations if this potentially has happened for a Cancer. I'm only simply saying, if you're not in your truth, then you're living a lie. And if you're living a lie, you're probably taking things that aren't meant for you. And if that's the case, karma and society will eventually create a stage that will illuminate it, because that's the universe trying to get you to move to a place where you can grow and learn and manifest better for yourself. So does that make sense for you, Cancer? That's what I see here. I see happiness in the home as well as outside the home, which can be hard. I think this is probably out of a lot of the zodiac signs, I feel like Cancer probably has the more, like, everybody has that potentiality to marry and then fall in love with somebody else. Like, everybody has that potentiality. But I think out of all of that potentiality, I think it's harder for Cancer to know how to act in that situation. Because Cancers are so loyal to the home. They're so much about their family. They are willing to sacrifice exactly who they even are for that, for their home, for their family, for their spouse. But is that what we come into this life to do? I mean, yes, we have responsibilities and things, but I like to think we're supposed to be happy, and then the work becomes lighter and better work because it's for our happiness. It's not just for a look or a class or for people to see us as, yeah, you're successful. Because then it's like you might feel good that people see you as successful. But then you're living vicariously through their desire to have what they don't have. Neither of you guys understand. Like, if someone's admiring you for the success, it's probably because they don't have success. So they don't even understand what it is you've achieved. They're just praising you for what you have. Are they really honoring you as a person? Like, are you really getting that confidence that you're trying to get through that? I'm not trying to say that, having a pleasing life and isn't a good thing. I'm just saying don't live solely just for how other people see you. Like, don't buy a certain type of car or a house because you're like, oh, that's what'll make people envious or people respect me or see me differently. Often people can definitely pay attention without giving respect. Like, they could say, wow, you're successful, but then not respect you or be loyal, or they could sabotage you or be grudging or try to knock you down a peg. So it's not like, so that's what I'm trying to say. I feel like in society a lot of people are willing to sacrifice everything for a sense of materialism or aesthetic or lifestyle. I'm very artistic, so I feel that's kind of sad. That's, for me, that'd be a kind of cramped way of living, to be less than your whole, you know? But I don't want, but like, that's the thing. That's my opinion because that's my thing of what I would be able to accept or what I can't accept. So I'm just sharing that. It's up to you how you feel about it, but I'm going to draw you guys a starseed card now, Cancer. That's really hard. This is type of readings I typically don't enjoy doing because I don't want to tell anybody, oh, leave your pre-established family and go out and get your happiness and be selfish and, and I don't want to say, oh, sacrifice your happiness to stay with something that's going to make you more miserable, and that, because that's going to eventually bubble out in how you treat your family. If you're constantly miserable, then your family will only ever see you. Yeah, you'll be close to them, but they'll only ever see you in this, and I get that because, I was raised by a single parent, and I had to literally see them be alone and not have anybody, that deeper connection. And it's like, there could have been boyfriends. I'm sure she could have picked a wealthy suitor that could give us the perfect life, but she couldn't really be in a relationship she didn't love. So it just goes to show, to some people, having that honest communication and a straightforward bond and that loving heart that helps you to do that means everything to some people. But I feel really, I'm going to say, follow your heart, Cancer. The family, the home life, that'll always be a part of your heart. But I think you can work better in your home and for your family if you have your heart being met. Now, this is not simply like, if this Queen of Cups is just someone that, didn't help you to build anything and you just get together on weekends, it's convenient. I mean, it's great to have a great time when it's solely just convenient, they don't working any of the important things. They're not doing your laundry. They're not helping you out with anything in the home. They just see you on the weekend, and it's convenient. It's good, you know? So, of course, they can be on for you and be all the things you want because they're not sacrificing and doing any of the family stuff. So, perhaps some of Cancers can be aware of that, too. Like, maybe that's why Cancers probably could be less likely to cheat on their home life in that instance, because it's like, oh, well, you know, of course it's easy for me to enjoy this because it's no strings attached. If there were strings attached, would this person still act in a way that could work? So these are things that a Cancer has to ask themselves about the people involved. Oh my goodness, all my cards are falling. Lifting the veil, questioning everything. Anything unaligned must go. Let's do that one for you, Cancer. It was what I saw. It was what flipped over. Lifting the veil, questioning everything. Anything unaligned must go. And if this is a Cancer who has been in a relationship for a little while and wondering if to take it to the next step because they met somebody else and now that it's intriguing, but they don't really want to start all over with somebody else again because maybe they have a level of comfort with the person that they're with. But it's saying that anything unaligned must go. Like, it's either you manifest it, call it in, and go for it, or life will kind of push you out of it by saying, you know, you've been stealing the swords and taking all the control over, you know, a person, and you don't really love them. So eventually, you know, there could be this thing where it's like, the more you take and give that person, the harder it's going to be for them to move on when you finally do run away with your Queen of Cups. If there's no kids and family involved. Like, I know I was talking about that aspect just because there's many different dynamics out there. Too many dynamics out there. But it's all good. It's all beautiful. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, if you're having this, like, if you're taking the swords from this Knight of Swords and they're like, well, they need my sword and this relationship's working, and really one is getting more. One is getting away with more than they really deserve. And I'm not saying people don't deserve it. I'm just saying, like, in this example, one person could feel like the exchange of these ideas between the Knight of Swords, which is giving off that Five of Swords vibe, like, oh, you're taking all the control, you're taking all the ideas from this Knight of Swords, and you're offering ideas like there's an exchange, like there's business or there's life together. And then all of a sudden one day, when that love finally does get you to move and leave, that person's going to feel like you took all the swords from them. Like you just, like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, when you're somewhere you don't belong, you're taking things you don't belong, you know? Because it's like this person was giving you the best they could give you, and if all you're seeing it is the Knight of Swords, and that's how you view that person, and not from a very loving or deep emotional, committed or bonding aspect, if that's not going to deepen, then in a sexual relationship, there's only so far you can go with that, unless you just skip to the marriage and have kids and then you're just too busy. I mean, that's a bit harsh to say like that, but I mean, that happens. There's so many people out there that, you know, like, once their life is set and it looks like good, like that, then they're just sort of, like, that's what I'm trying to say. If there's not much to begin with, when life sets in, there could be less. So if you're already starting out with less cups, life kind of takes away more cups. Like, you know? Like, I don't want to alter how a Cancer sees a person, because this should resonate to the point where it's like, when I say it, you've already on some level addressed it, so it's internalized, like, you're feeling it. It's not like I'm telling you and you're like, okay, I'll think that. Like, please don't write a person off or make a decision based on just what you think I'm saying. But lifting this veil, like, one side there's like, one side of the curtain has like tanks and bombs and nuclear explosions and towers being built on wealth and greed. And then the second one has like aliens coming to abduct, pollution, societal hierarchies that... So what it says to me is whether we act aggressively and destroy the planet, or whether we just live our best lives and slowly destroy it through pollution or alien abduction, or all things come to an end, is basically the point. Even our planet, even our life, even everything. Everything will eventually go and alchemize into something else or change. And when you're the one lifting the veil, you have the control, because when you push both sides away, whether it's a good side or a bad side, or but whatever way of viewing it, it will always have, like, that's what I'm trying to say. Whether slow pollution and politics destroys the world, or friggin' wars and atom bombs destroys the world, you know, one's more pacifistic, one's more aggressive, but both don't feel good. So looking between the veil at the beautiful sun, star, and the gardens and the nature, looking at what's still in front of us, what's here now, not the future, not the past, just simply what's here now, being so focused and entrenched in the task that it doesn't matter if it goes to crap, in what way, good or bad. Life is always going to throw good and bad things at us. And that's what the veil on either side says. So whether you marry for money or for love, you know, whether it's more aggressive or more subtle, there's still going to be negativities and life lessons that are come from that. But at least when you open the veil and you look at that sunny, beautiful garden, the presence, potentially that Queen of Cups, what you love, then it doesn't matter what's going to happen in the past or what's going to happen in the future, because right now you're feeling that love. And that's eternal. Once there's love, you'll always feel that love for that person. Like, especially if there's a strong soul bond. Like, I think this is a Cancer with the Queen of Cups aspect. I'm not trying to say, ooh, a hot, spicy girl or guy, you know, and now you're finally feeling good, like, you know, leave your family. And that's not what I'm trying to say at all. I'm saying that the Queen of Cups has an energy of deep bond. Like, this person might not look aesthetically as pleasing maybe as the person you're with, but like the lessons they've lived through, or the way they love, or their stance on love, or what they value, their ethics match yours, or there's something intriguing there that you know that even if you spend a lifetime with this person, you'll never get enough of it. And that's what's called soul energy. You resonate. It's like a marriage on a soul level. So for some Cancers out there, I'm feeling like you've met somebody that makes you feel just like the veil has been lifted and you can just enjoy your life. And it doesn't matter if it comes with whatever, because you see the person as a success. You see what you get from this person as a success on itself, not what you've built. Because then if you're both successful and you believe in what it is, and you both are in love and willing to put that work in, you're going to build at a faster, more beautiful rate than... Because any two human beings can come together, and if they have decent communication, they can work out a life together. Anybody, anyone. And I'm not trying to say that to devalue a connection or a marriage or a life or a family that has resulted because of connections like this. Some cases, a lot of people won't. Because of trauma responses, they won't marry someone they love because they feel like, I love them and I'm not used to feeling this out of control. I don't like it because I feel like they got the upper hand. So they'll marry somebody that's very much under their wing, or that they like what type of communication they have. That's fine too. I'm not here to say what's right or wrong. I'm here to say this is a general Cancer reading, and for some of you Cancers, the answers are going to be different. But based on how much you value home and family, choose the person that will help you to do that with the most integrity, with the most ease, and you feel that you get back as many cups as you give emotionally. So choose the person that you're satisfied with a life with. Or even if you don't think about the future or the past, someone that you can be present with and enjoy the present and see the present as a present for you both. And it's a gift. And that's beautiful, Cancer. I'll leave that there. This was intense. But justice is coming in your love life or in your work life or your home life. But it's because you're spending time with Source. You're really thinking, Three of Wands, what am I trying to manifest? What am I actively waiting for? What am I seeing and believing and having faith for until it's mine or until it's here? So Cancer, that's beautiful. I really enjoyed that reading for you guys. I actually did. I feel like it was intense. The message kind of felt a little bit oh, and the Hermit. When I looked through my deck, this Hermit was the only card face down the opposite way. It must have flipped over. So that says to me that for some Cancers, they're on a bit of a lone journey and they're looking through the lost lands, places other people won't go or won't look at, and you're looking at the wastelands and figuring out what can you recycle, what can you alchemize, what can you turn your sorrow into gold, like, you know, so to speak. So the Hermit will take that venture by themselves because they know that no one can do it for them. No one else can see the value that they know they can see. Now, once they see it and they've created the value for themselves, then they can look at the rest of the world who values what you value. But in order to figure out what you value, it's a lone journey. If you're having too many influences from a spouse or a person or a different person about what you value, that's them controlling you or controlling the situation. Now, this can be really hard to understand if you've already been in relationships for like years and you know this about relationships, and now you're like, well, it's easy to say when you're new and you haven't, you know, chosen anything, but I've been in a relationship for like 10 years, and yeah, now that I've learned these lessons, I realize that this person doesn't work well with me, but I already have a life with them. If that's you, do not lose heart, because life chose you to do this for a reason. And it's so that you can know and make sacrifices that other people won't make. Your life was necessary to go down that path that way, because the collection needs to understand about sacrifice, about and that it's even possible, that it's possible to make things work. It takes admiration. But no matter where you are on that journey, and don't want something because somebody's saying it in a way. Like, you know, like really think for yourself. Like if you're happy, I mean, yeah, like you might wish that you met somebody else so you could learn some different lessons, but also be grateful for the people you did meet, the lessons you were given, because that really helps you to understand if what you're seeing now is really good for you or not. So Cancer, thank you so much for listening. All right, now I'm going to be doing Leo. Hello, Leo. So how are my Leos? Okay, I'm going to set the intention now. Whoa! Cards are already falling out before I even set the intention. Queen of Wands and Page of Wands. Queen and Page story. Okay, no. Alright, let's wipe that clean. Okay, Leo, Taurus season, next month, high is good. 6 cards with looking on the bottom. High is good. Okay, Leo. 3 cards right off the bat. Okay, so Leo, you have the Devil card. The Devil, so there's a lot of smoke. Someone's blowing smoke up here. And you're having to fix it and sort through it. The 2 of Pentacles says to me a balance. You're balancing your money and your time and your resources. The Queen of Swords says to me, you've been wounded in the past and now you're going forward with caution. You want clear communication from people and you're willing to cut anything out of your life that's no longer serving you. The IA, the Devil. So Leos are purging the Devil right now. All right, give me something else for Leo. High is good. All right. Oh, and it's also the 2 Wands. Needing to make a decision about passion, Leo. All right. Hangman, getting a new position. 5 of Cups. Okay. And on the bottom of the deck is King of Wands. Okay, Leo. Hello. Okay, so we start our story for Leo off with the 2 of Pentacles. Notice how she's riding the infinity symbol, like the bicycle chain is actually the infinity symbol. And she's riding on open water. And the water isn't still, it's choppy. There's some sun peeking through, like some illuminations coming, but it's pretty murky. So right now, this person is so entrenched in their desire to balance their physical resources, their time, money. They could have committed to a lot of things. This Leo has a lot of determination. But do you have to do everything you feel you need to, Leo, is the message with this card. Like, sometimes you can like, there's a positive and negative aspect to all things. Like, yes, staying in a fixed position of balance can be important when you need to, but if you don't need to balance certain things or they become a strain on your life, balancing them then can lead to exhaustion and can lead to just kind of going nowhere. Because riding a bicycle on water, and it's an infinity chain, most chains aren't an infinity symbol. So this chain is symbolized that you're not actually getting anywhere, potentially. So be careful what you're giving your money and your time and your resource to, Leo. Because you might be doing all this effort thinking you're going to get progress. Like, that's why you're doing it, to get the progress. But when you're not seeing the progress, then it feels like, well, why am I doing the work? So be careful for that, Leo. Now, this Queen of Swords says to me that you've been wounded in the past. Like, people in the royal family for this Queen of Swords could have potentially poisoned members of her family, gotten really close, married them, then poisoned them to take over the kingdom. So this queen won't go to the garden with this young man or the young prince that asked, because, or this king or whatever, because she will go with him, but he says, why are you taking the sword? We're just going for a walk in the garden. Oh, she says, pay no mind to the sword. I just would rather dress for the occasion. So this says to me, not that you're going to be paranoid, but you're going to dress for the occasion. You're going to go forward knowing that there's a potentiality things can go wrong, and you're prepared in case they go wrong. You're not going to lead with that or assume, jump to conclusions, but you're just going to be prepared just in case it goes south. You're prepared for how to deal with it when it does go south. Just coming prepared might deter the person from attacking. So sometimes it's about believing in yourself and coming prepared. Okay, Leo? Now this Devil card says to me that there's been something very big in your life, and it's been creating a lot of smoke, and that's like air, but it's air that's murky. It's not clear communication, so it's very emotional or aggressive type of communication. It's very big, so it's big in your life, big enough that you are paying attention to it. The devil is a person, place, or a thing. Once we touch the devil, it can become addictive. Like that's why it's like you don't want to that's why you need to pay this devil attention, is basically what I'm saying. These two people have tools, like female and male, like the feminine and masculine sides of what the devil energy is, trying to work together to combat the devil. But the devil also uses the masculine and feminine energies to confuse each other, to stop the working, so that we can't conquer the devil. Because the devil doesn't want you to conquer it, right? So he's going to hope that these two people get angry and start fighting themselves rather than fight the devil. So, for that card, we definitely want to be addressing what the devil is in our life. Especially Leo, because it's getting in the way of your passion. Because the Two of Wands are passion, fire, stuff based on will. And right now it's hard to have a strong sense of will and go forward when you're caught between passions. And the devil can be very passionate. Like we could feel very passionate to what the devil represents for us. So be careful with that, Leo. Definitely be looking at what is it about these two passions that are opposing, that are really important to you. And how can you create more balance between these passions, the Two of Pentacles, where you can actually move forward for your benefit, like the Queen of Swords prefers, not just for the devils to kind of soak up the energy and take advantage of how hard you're working for your passion. That's what I'm seeing there. And also, the Hanged Man for you, Leo, says to me that you could be hung in your bliss, meaning that you're getting this new perspective on the devil, or how it's creating blockages and slowing you down in your life and creating less passion. So you're very much seeing the contrast, seeing what you don't like to then go get what you like. And because of how you've been seeing it, whether the view made you sad or happy or gave you hope or confidence or not, the Five of Cups says to me that you're inconsolable. You're kind of miserably sad about something. And people are offering you kind of cups or some sort of help, but you're not willing to see it. You're not willing to look at it. You're just in that wallowing kind of mentality. Now, that could be you, or it could be the devil, or it could be somebody else in your life, or somebody linked to your passion. Maybe you're the one offering cups, like, let's get happy, let's be happy, I want you to, feel better. And you can be doing all you can for a person, and they're just sort of mulky and sulky, and, they're not really seeing how much you're going out of your way for them, Leo, is what I want to say. So vice versa. Maybe they're going through a hangman, and they play an important role in your life, and instead of helping you, maybe they've just been blowing smoke, and you've just been kindly waiting for them to get over it, and you've got the sword waiting to cut it out if it's not going to get better, or you just want to see, is this really good or bad? But the devil here says to me that there's some codependency in a relationship with a Leo, because on the bottom of the deck, I have a face card, and it's the King of Wands. Now, the King of Wands is somebody that won't sit on their throne. They want to get out. They want to explore. They want to live life. They want to see how their energy and presence affects the world. Like, they just want to get out. So that could be your energy, Leo. You probably have gotten out of the house. Maybe you've been working, or you've been trying to go chase your passion. And maybe the devils are nipping at your heels and slowing you down on your journey. Or perhaps this King of Wands is a very passionate type of person, and you're drawn to them for that, Leo. But perhaps this king isn't normally, normally he's off doing stuff. But maybe now he's like sitting down sulky over his adventures and leaving you to deal with his consequences of his adventures, whether it's male or female. This is just a guy in the picture, so. But, perhaps like, you know what I mean? Perhaps, like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, perhaps this person, is like, hey, I did a bunch of stuff that didn't have anything to relate to you, didn't benefit you, Leo, didn't make your life better or help you out at all. They did their own thing for themselves, hoping that it would compensate for that. But then that didn't work out. And now they're just moping, expecting you to take care of them. That could feel very like devil energy in one way. Like, that could be a Leo that feels like, oh my God, I'm not your whooping pillow. Now, in another way, this, if you're the King of Wands, someone that wants to go out and chase their passion and live their best life, then you could be caught between your passion and your home life passion. I think Cancer has a similar reading to this. So that means that, like, you want to go out and do things. You don't want to sit on your throne all day, and there could be a person in your life that doesn't want you to go out and have fun or create the opportunities and live your best life and help you manifest. They're more focused on themselves, how it's made them feel, their progress. You could be really successful right now, and they're not. And rather than look at you and be like, oh, Leo, I'm so proud of you, and I'm so supportive, thank you for, picking up the slack. But maybe they're like, maybe they feel like almost like, I want to say emasculated, but they could be female or male in this energy. So it's like maybe they're feeling like, oh, like, I don't bring much to the table. Instead of being humble, maybe they're being like the devil about it. Maybe they don't want you to see how strong you really are because they know they've been taking advantage, and they don't want you to see that. So, or they hope you don't see that. So instead, they're just going to focus on all their problems to get you to feel like it's your job to fix them. Does that make sense, Leo? When it's not. So that's one way I could read these two energies together with the King of Wands and the Five of Cups. So if you're wanting to get out and fulfill your passion, Leo, if this person isn't helping you, and then they're expecting you to help them with their failures and with their excuses and with their lackluster results, I mean, it's no wonder why you feel like you're riding this broken bicycle on the waves, this Two of Pentacles, like you're giving a lot of your time, resource, and money away to a devil energy. Now, I'm not saying that this person in your life, Leo, was a devil, terrible person, no. But I'm saying that the devil energy could be very much surrounding them. They haven't reached a point in themselves to feel that confidence. It's like, if Leo goes out and works all the time and their spouse or their partner stays home all the time, it's like they have a lot of free time that Leo doesn't have, potentially in that scenario, to work on stuff for themselves. Leo is sort of giving them that free time to work on themselves, and they're just kind of using that time to wallow and be like, I don't have it, I can't be this. I don't know what the words are, but whatever it is, it's Leo feeling like they're dragging their feet. And that's not to make this person look bad. Leo obviously very much cares about this person. They're trying to offer them assistance. But it's getting in the way of Leo's passion. And how long can Leo continue going on without their needs met? And in a lot of cases, if Leos can't get their needs met, they'll just go out and find it for themselves. They're not the type to sit around and wait for their spouse or their partner or their person or like to give them their happiness or to do it for them. Or maybe they're not that type of friend. They don't expect their friends to like bail them out of stuff. But perhaps you've become that friend, Leo. You've been bailing somebody out, or, you know, it's like there's a hole in the boat and they're kind of going, there's a hole in the boat. We're never going to make it to shore. I tried bailing out a little bit of the water, but more water kept coming in. There's no point, Leo. There's no point. And then Leo's kind of going, well, there's definitely no point if you stay there and just sit there with the pail fell out of the bucket. The bucket pail fell out of the boat and is drifting away. It's like, well, how are you going to make progress if you're not doing nothing? You know what I'm trying to say? And now you just let the bucket slip out of the... Now you can't even... Now they're like, well, the bucket fell out because I wasn't paying attention and holding the bucket. Now the bucket fell out of the boat, Leo. Now I couldn't bail myself out even if I wanted to. Is this sounding like something kind of energy somebody could have? Well, and then Leo's there like with their hands. They don't even have a bucket. This person could have had a bucket and they don't even want to use it. They're like, there's no point, more water is just going to come in. But the bucket would have bailed the water out faster than it was coming in. But here's Leo with their hands, cupping out water going like turbo speed to make sure they break even to keep the boat afloat. And this person's just going, But I'm not trying to make fun of the situation. I'm just trying to add some comic relief. But this person has very much that dramaticness to them. They're kind of probably like, you know, just willing to give up than to go on. And Leo might think if I just give them one more cup, or if I just help them, or if I just do it for them, it'll be better. But really, have you done that for them already? And it seems like they always got an excuse, something's always... And I'm not trying to say that they're using you or that their intentions are bad. But regardless, they are in a situation where they can't accept responsibility for how their life and how they're feeling and for what's going on inside. They're not taking ownership for it. And the more you do for this person, you're going to create more of that devil energy, codependence, where they are expecting you to have the next solution. And they're going to mope and mope and mope, make another excuse, because they know Leo's going to come up with the next solution. And I'm not trying to say you shouldn't help this person, but I'm trying to say that if you're helping to the degree that you see that they don't even want to help themselves and they don't even want to look at what you're saying, they're just kind of going, well, okay, you found this option for me, I guess I'll give it a try and see if it works. But like they didn't go through the work to find that answer for themselves, so they're not very passionate about doing it. So they could possibly, that's why they probably keep messing up. It's because they haven't, like, you can stand them up all you want, prop them up with a stick, and that might keep them standing for a little while, but if they're not going to stand and they're just sluggishly on that stick's going to break and they're going to hit the ground again. So that's what I'm trying to say. Don't stand for them. Allow them to stand for themselves. Because if you continue this type of energy, you're going to not be able, you won't even be able to stand them or yourself. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to say that to tell you what to do or think or be, or I'm just saying, like, how long can you be offering assistance and exhausting yourself to try to make it better when those efforts aren't making it better? Like, you know what I'm trying to say there? So I'm more kind to you than I am to them at this point. Because you've already given them your sympathy. You've already given them their love. I'm not saying they don't deserve sympathy. Whatever they're going through, whatever mental blocks, traumas in their past, maybe the past relationship, they were really hardworking and they gave and gave and gave, and they were with somebody that stayed home and took it for granted and all that stuff, and then cheated on them and left them. So now that they're in a good relationship with a functional, successful Leo, maybe now they are the ones saying, well, maybe now it's my turn to have someone be there for me and do it for me. And perhaps they're not wanting to be exactly like what the person that did it to them, but perhaps they just, you know, they were in something that was worth it for them to work on it. and they felt it was worth it, and they were working so hard and it didn't go nowhere. And now they're in something that's worth the work to put in, but they don't want to put the work in. And I say that not to say that what they had before you was better than you. I'm saying that that's the dynamic of what humans go through energetically and emotionally. That energy has to go somewhere. So if you have been given an example that, oh, it doesn't matter how hard I work, my spouse is going to leave me and I'm going to have to start over again. Now you could be in a relationship with someone that will never happen. They will work hard. You will have success. But now all of a sudden you're what's broke. You feel like now you're the thing, and you're like, I'm giving up because I don't want to try in this connection just in case they frick me over like the last one. Well, maybe Leo, when that person was working hard in that last relationship, maybe the person that walked out on them or took them for granted, maybe they were hardworking in the last connection. So I'm saying that sometimes people teeter-totter, through energy. The energy we learn through somebody else, sometimes we wear it. And that's why we need to be careful, Leo. That's what I'm trying to say. If at a point, whether they love you or not, if they cannot move past the funk of wanting their life and valuing the people that are in front of them, if they cannot do that for themselves, do not allow yourself, Leo, to bail out work, and exhaust yourself. So that way, by the time this connection finally does go nowhere, I'm not saying it will, but if it does finally go nowhere, now all of a sudden, you'll be wounded and traumatized and broken. I don't want that for you, Leo. So if this person is going to lead you down a way where it's going to make you less trusting, less passionate, less creative, less successful, then that is definitely a conversation you need to have with this person. Instead of constantly asking them where they are at and them giving you excuses about them stuff, regardless of where they are at, you need to communicate with this person and be like, listen, I've done above and beyond what is normal, healthy, and natural to do for another person for you. It still hasn't been enough to give you the courage and motivation to move forward. I've done all I can. I cannot offer you no more assistance. So now you're at a point now you have to do it on your own, because I need to prioritize myself, because this connection has been me giving everything, and now I'm exhausted, and I can't even tell you that because I'm afraid of burdening you more, because you've made it clear you can't handle anything. And nobody, if this is just transitional, Tori, like they've only been depressed for a little while, or they just had a down period or lost a job. If it's just a simple thing and they're having a problem getting back up, that's one thing. But you can tell if it's been a month, a week, years. You can tell if someone's stuck in this energy for good because you've given them a codependency where they can remain stuck, because you've said, well, it's okay, you're not doing enough, I'll do the extra, and now they're taking advantage. You see what I'm saying there? That potentially might not get better without communication. So you need to say to them then, I'm withdrawing my energy so I can be more successful for myself, and I'm doing that in the hopes it'll prove to you how powerful the energy is. Because I've been succeeding for myself and having enough energy to help you with your problems. So if I just doubly succeed for myself, then it doesn't even matter if you succeed at that point. And then when it doesn't even matter if they succeed at that point, you become so self-sufficient, you don't need them anymore. So then it's up to them if they want to earn back a position with you in their life, if it's worth it to them, if their life is worth it for them to live it for them and for you, if they choose you and choose themselves. Like, you can't always do this for people. I know when you really love and care for people, you want to wait, and I'm not saying waiting is wrong. Yes, wait as long as you can. But if this is a Leo that has seen the devil in the works and feels very cheated and wrong now, they feel like this person could potentially be blocking them, I want Leo to step out to the sun, to have that beautiful awareness so that they can live their best life. Because Leos are so sunny and positive and happy and successful and energetic and fiery types that other people become addicted to that type of energy and codependent on it. So the more you love someone, probably the more you're willing to do for them. And the more you're willing to do for them, the less they're probably going to do for themselves. Now, in a normal, healthy, loving, reciprocal relationship, you would never give more than what you'd get because they love you enough that they're going to give you whatever they can give, and you're going to give them whatever they can give, and you both love what you're being given and value it. That's beautiful. That's ideal. But sometimes you can't always like this says to me of a story of a Leo over-earning, like trying to prove that they're there for them time and time again. I'm here for you. I'm picking up for you. I'm accepting the excuses. I'm ignoring the mistakes. Like, if you're constantly doing that, and it's not getting better, then perhaps that's the problem. Perhaps they are emotionally manipulating you into continuously taking care of them while they know that they don't have the strength to get up for themselves. And that's fine. You can take care of people when they can't stand. But there's a big difference between you physically can't stand and you don't want to stand. You know what I mean? Like there's different answers there. Perhaps in some cases you'll need to say, okay, you've been depressed for months or a year now, you haven't seek work, you haven't done any priorities, you're slowly degrading yourself, you're not getting better. You might need to start taking medication or exercise. Like, you must expect from them that they're willing to try to do something, regardless if it works or not, until it starts to create momentum where it will work. You know what I mean? Because this person could be in a mental situation where they think everything's just pointless and it's not working. And if that's the case, no matter how much you'll do, it might not fix it. But it may. So I'm saying that different Leos will feel differently here. I'm not trying to say be unkind and give up on people. And I'm not trying to say, help people that can't help themselves to your detriment. You know what I mean? Like, there's a fine balance. But I'm going to do a starseed card for you now, Leo. Maybe go back and look at Cancer's reading. I feel like you guys, this could be relationship stuff. It says to me like committed relation stuff. Because you probably wouldn't go out of your way for a person if you weren't like committed or caring about them in some way. That's what I'm seeing here, Leo. But life is meant to be lived. So find the people who want to live with you. Bask in the sunshine with you. I feel this one. Whale and Orca elders. Share your song. Frequency of sound. Diving deep. Okay, Leo? Pay attention to what kind of music they are listening to. And also pay attention to what music you're listening to. Because often music has a subtle tone or a message in it that we resonate with. Like, there's always a reason why a certain song is our favorite song. Maybe you like the message, or maybe you don't care so much about the message, but you really like the sound of the tune, like the music itself. But it says share your song. So that's what I'm saying. If their song is really depressing and your song is really, really happy, and you've been forced to kind of listen to their depressing song, feeling like I can't share my happy song because, you know what I mean, like it's not the right time for them. The frequency of sound is important because a frequency creates the setting. High-pitched frequency will be eerie and disruptive. A really, really low-pitched one, different frequencies and mixes of that can create the connection. And you want to make sure that other people are diving as deep into you as you're diving as deep into them. Whale, Orca, elders. So you have your own inner song, whether it's an actual song or whether it's like your own voice, your song, and the frequency of sound. And that's what I'm trying to say. If you're trying to cheer somebody up and you're singing your happiest, brightest song and it's not enough, isn't that going to destroy your confidence, Leo, over a time period? Like I'm shining my brightest light, I'm being my happiest self, but I can't cheer this person on. Like, so that's why, like, you know, sharing frequency with people is very important. You know, don't let someone else's negative frequency bring you down. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. If you've been sharing your frequency, Leo, with somebody that's low frequency or not, you know, wanting to high vibe with you, then, you know, it's almost like they are showing you by their actions that they don't want to be happy, that they don't want that positivity. Like, they might take it, absorb it, but if they aren't honoring it by meeting you there, then that's showing that they don't have to give you what you have to give them. This sounds harsh. I'm sorry if this sounds harsh to some Leos out there. But I'm just saying that, like, if you're a happy frequency, you want to know that when you see somebody and you're in love and there's cups and there's fulfillment and emotion and you're happy, that you bring them the same amount of happiness that they bring you. You know? So, and likewise, if you're really sad and depressed, it could be beneficial to talk to other people who have that same experience, because you're both willing to talk and sit in that deep negativity and talk and discuss and learn through it together. So that's what I'm trying to say. Make sure that you communicate and say, listen, it's not fair for me to constantly be like held accountable for your happiness, and it's not fair for me to always have to deal with your problems, like, you know, vice versa. Like, there should be some give and take in a committed bond with somebody, or friendship, work relationship, lovers, spouses. But you share your song, frequency of sounds, diving deep. Sometimes we have to dive deep to find that happiness. So perhaps instead of just giving these people, this person, a bunch of like aesthetical cures to get them over their stuff, perhaps looking deep at the music and the root of their depression, or like diving deeper into the concept, having more communication on the problem itself rather than the excuses and what's been done, like the, you know what I mean, like the daily, instead of just focusing on daily details where that person can potentially make excuses and get out of it. If you talk about deep concepts, there's actions there that they can't excuse away, because then you're like, well, this is the action. You know what I mean? Hello? Hello? Oh, I think that's outside. I thought someone was in my house for a minute. Sorry about that. So, Leo, I hope that helps. You definitely, like, I actually feel like talking about their depression or this person's depression, this whole reading, is kind of giving you more of the thing that you're already dealing with. But if it's your own depression, Leo, it says to me that you're going to get over it soon. You're going to have this new perspective about your passions, about the work you're putting in, about the devils in your life, like person, place, thing, addictions, codependencies. You're going to be putting all these patterns into perspective, and that's what that Hangman, the new perspective, is. Figuring out how to move forward, like the Queen of Swords, with caution, prepared for the right thing. Not focusing on all the spilled cups in the 5 Cups story, but instead realizing I'm the King of Wands, I can go out and find my passion and get what I need, and nothing is set in stone, and you'll always be able to attract that next beautiful thing for you, Leo. So with that, Leo, I think that's beautiful. I'm going to leave it there for you, Leo. So, a little sound cleanse for my Leos. So, now we are going to... Who is next? Leo Leo, 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 then Virgo. Virgo! Okay. So, hello, Virgos. So I'm going to try you, Virgos, 6 cards for Taurus season next month for your highest good. I'm going to look at the bottom of the deck and draw you a starseed. So Virgo, highest good. What would you like to tell me? Death. So, death, birth, resurrection. The cycles. So, some cycle for Virgo has come to an end. Or, not so much a cycle, but more so something. Something has exited your life, whether energetically, emotionally, physically, mentally. Something is left. The presence of your existence. Not like died, like real death, but I mean like some aspect of you've had to mourn or let go of. And King of Pentacles, Temperance, Hermit, 5 of Pentacles. Wheel of Fortune. Okay, that's too many cards to put down, but strength, Virgo. So yes, it's going to take a lot of strength, taming the beast, taming the lion, the loins, but also like strength, holding out for the greater good, and death. Okay, Virgo, I think a lot of Virgos are very analytical. So something didn't serve you and you've had the strength to let it go is what I'm seeing here, Virgo. These 2 cards flipped over. What are they? Yes, Justice and the Knight of Swords. So you're waiting on some communication from this Knight of Swords. This person is a face card. This person supports and nurtures communication systems and will. And that's what the Death card looks like. I like that she's like got the Grim Reaper scythe and she's got the black wings and the white dress. And it's almost like she's departing for the next life, leaving somebody behind. Maybe a husband or something, a lover. But having the strength to let go of what doesn't serve you, to mourn it and let it go. If it no longer serves you. Death is a natural part of the world. We might feel sorrow about the loss, but it says to me with justice here, it comes with a strong sense of justice. Like you know you've had to let this thing go for the greater good for you. Okay, Virgo? Knight of Swords, so you're waiting on that communication. 6 Pentacles, reciprocation, equal give and take. They have their books, they're ready to learn from this lady, and they're exchanging knowledge for money. Or money for knowledge, sorry. So, the cycles of ebb and flow are here, Virgo. It says to me, you want a higher calling. You want to feel like a sense of justice, like you're having the right communication in the world. With the strength here in the Death, it says to me you're going to find that system that works for you. Virgo, what's this? Again, the 7 of Swords. This has been coming out for a lot of people's readings today. So who's the thief and what's being stolen? That's what the 7 of Swords is about. But swords are also ideas and communication systems. So often taking your own personal integrity or running with your own ideas can sometimes feel like you're taking something from the whole. If you're doing something entrepreneurial or different or something new that hasn't been done before, people could look at that as like a risk or you're taking away some sort of like, you know, society, things work best when everything works together, comes together for the one, like the all. But to be an individual, to be creative and to have your own integrity, sometimes that's separate from the whole. And when that happens, the part that's separating and leaving with that, the others can feel like, oh, you took that from us, or you're not together with us, so, you know what I mean? Like, taking your own personal identity can sometimes be a theft on society. Because, you know, to live differently or odd or not like others is it's not something that can be, you know, tried and true and counted on. Like, you know, like, you know, if you live a life that's a bit different than anybody else's, it's not something that other people can always help you with in that sense where it's like, it's known. So I feel for the people in life that are a bit unconventional, because they are the flavor of life. Like, they are the ones that are really pushing the bridge forward on information and knowledge gathered. But often people can, like, really treat these types of people really difficultly. And it's not always that. I think in some cases it could just be like that people don't know how to treat them, or they haven't lived it with their integrity and they don't know how they can honor and allow you to feel good about your integrity when they felt they had to give it up. Like, maybe they expect you to give it up too. They don't want you to have better or more than what they had or what they thought for themselves. That can be sad, but unfortunately that is a part of humanity. It's like, we don't want people to be out of our range of understanding, if that makes sense. So we'll try to pull people back onto our level because we feel more in control. And on the bottom of the deck, we have the Seven of Cups. So this is a Virgo very much looking for the things they want to, like, cups is how we order things in the world. So basically, you know, do you want the shiny little sandcastle that has great marketing, but really it's just a sandy sandcastle that will crumble and, you know, if it gets wet, or you get sand in your pants, or do you want to train your pet dragon? You know, that could be really rewarding. Everyone would like a dragon, you know, so mythical and magical and powerful, you know. Everyone would love to train a dragon and have that at their beck and call. But then when the dragon goes, rah, and, like, you know, fries your hair and all your clothes, you probably wouldn't want the dragon then. And then when you have, like, the eel, you might be like, oh, I want this eel, you know? You know, like, I want to own it. And then the eel doesn't stay in the cup. It's slippery. It's always slipping out of your hands. It's aloof. It's always under the surface. It's a mystery. You can't really ever have it. Or do you want the wreath, which is, like, nostalgia. Like, you can break out a Christmas wreath and put it on your lap. But is that really what Christmas is? Like, you know, are you really going to feel like it's Christmas just because you're looking at a wreath? You might, but the wreath is just one physical component. The emotion and the nostalgia of what it represents is deeper. So sometimes when we chase something out of nostalgia or something nostalgic, we can think, oh, if I just have the item, it'll create that for me. But you can have the item and still not feel it, if that makes sense. Or do you want the blimp? You can be traveling and you want new experiences. Or do you want this chalice, the ideal love with hearts and flowers? But of course, you know, when we travel and things, you know, some things can go well and some things can go bad. We get stuck at an airport for 3 days, you know? And then our perfect ideal love, sometimes, you know, we don't have a very practical idea about love. Like, sometimes we can make the person way better than what they actually are. So you know what I mean? So are they being that love in reality, or are you just seeing it that way? And then way above in the top shelf, we have a chalice full of gems. So it's like, you can have all the money in the world. You know, you could think, oh, I love money, I just want money. So then you go out and you work and you work and work and you gain money and you gain money and you gain money, but you never have time to spend it or use it or to enjoy anything. So there's dualities to everything we might choose, represented by the Seven of Cups. Cups are emotional, what fulfills us. Sometimes we'll put something in our cup, thinking it'll give us emotional fulfillment, but then it'll have the opposite effect. And we don't know it until we purchase the cup. So manifesting is sort of like we're ordering cups in the universe. And whatever we get out of those cups, we either decide for ourselves if we like those cups or if we don't like those cups. But in reality, there's no spiritual refunds. Like whatever you got, you get. Those are your lessons. They become part of you until you choose new things or different things and learn and grow. But the point is to follow your heart, Virgo, and to pick what you want. It says to me you've gone through some trying times. It says to me that above all, you want reciprocation. You want equal give and take. The Seven of Cups, you want a work or a love that is give and take emotionally, like you're getting as much love as you're giving. In the physical world, you want to know that everything is equal, like it's working, it's functioning, it's efficient. As the deaths come in, you have the strength to deal with it. And it's always because of justice, because you want to know that it's easier to accept endings when you know it's for the greatest good. And this Knight of Swords is a face card, so it says to me that somebody values honest communications and systems and things, communications, systems, and ideas. Might not always be honest, but they could be. But Six of Pentacles, equal give and take. Maybe in the past, you're done with that Seven of Swords. You don't want people to take from you anymore. All the ideas, all the resources, all of what makes you you. You don't want that robbed or taken from you anymore. So now you're taking back your power. And because you take back your power, it can come with endings, like the death cycle. Meaning you'll have to move away from, take your swords. Like maybe you're that person. Maybe you're the person taking something away. Maybe you need to take your integrity and your person back from society in order to move through and to have the strength to get through this death cycle, to have your justice, to have this reciprocation, these cups of enjoyment. So I'm going to do you a soul starseed card for Virgo for the highest good. Okay, let's see. Middle. Star ancestors, Virgo. Hidden secrets. Lost wisdom. Look a little deeper. Okay, so maybe that death card and having the strength to overcome that and this recollection, maybe it's not as easy as I made it sound. Sometimes on the feeling, the emotional side, logically we can think something and it takes us a while for our emotions to catch up. And I wholeheartedly need to say that because I've reached a point in my life where I've learned it and now I'm able to grow there emotionally and really start to believe it and feel it on a cup level, not just on a mind level. But the hidden secrets, lost wisdom, look a little deeper. So sometimes you have to dive a bit deeper into something to understand it. We thought that we knew everything about our planet, but really within the ocean, there's millions of hidden secrets and lost wisdoms, and if we just look a little deeper. On this card we have this represented by pyramids, like looking a little deeper at artifacts, relics from the past, stars, things that we've written about, energies, idols, gods even. Like, what about all of that was enticing to humanity? And in learning that and looking at and covering that, we can learn a little bit more about ourselves and where we fit into that. If that makes sense, Virgo. So definitely have the courage. And best thing, Virgo loves like puzzles and secrets. So see your life, Virgo, as this never-ending puzzle piece. As one piece doesn't fit, it's okay. We just move on to the next piece, see where that fits. Like, take the time it takes, Virgo, to really enjoy the process. And I know, like, I have Virgo in my moon, So Virgo energy is in the more hidden aspects of my blueprint as a person. So I totally get that. Like, I might come off very Pisces because that's my sun sign. Very like it just seems very surface level. Like you just see all this like illusion from the Pisces part. And a lot of people don't see that underneath that is the Virgo, like the one that is analyzing every single detail. Whether you think I have the capacity to concentrate on that while I'm doing my Pisces ditzy thing, but it's always going on. And that's important to know, because that's why I can sit here and do these readings, because I have a profound interest in the hidden and secret concepts of humanity and psychology and energy. So definitely start to see your life as a journey and everything that's happened to you as necessary to become the person you are, to see in the way you see, to shine the light that is meant to shine in the way it is meant, so that the world can really be lit up the way it's meant to, and all these bright lights come together. Any one light would just be one light. It'd be blinding. It'd be like the sun, just too much if you stared at it. But all the lights together gives you different things to look at. It's more relaxing. It creates a much bigger, better picture. So Virgo, I hope that helped you guys. I hope that was a beautiful reading. I think you're pretty much well on your way. You just need to have fun and analyze and grow and discover more about yourself. So Virgo, thank you. A little tone cleanse. Alright, so now we have Libra. Hello Libra. How has Aries season been? Now we're coming into Taurus season next month, or this month. I'm very bad with I should try to look up the dates and have that information ready. I'll work on that, but for now, because I had COVID last month, I missed Aries season, so I'm just trying to get that momentum back and get back out there and just get a video out. But yeah, I'm going to try to be more prepared in the future. But Libra, how are you? I'm going to be doing a 6-card reading and look on the bottom for your highest good for Taurus season for next month. So Libra, highest good. Let's get some cards. What does Libra want to say? Ooh, right off the bat, we have the 3 of Swords, which says to me, a Libra out there has kind of had their heart broken, or maybe they broke someone's heart, or some expectations about what they were building or working, or, they thought. But the 3 of Swords is very, they thought. The 3 of Swords again is mental energy. So mental energy and thinking. But our heart is cups, like emotion. So the 3 of Swords is very much our thinking heart, if that makes sense. Like the thoughts we think about love. That's what is stabbed. It's the ideas and the communication that has left this heart wounded. And this scene is very dramatic because it's meant to be, because it doesn't feel very good. So whether this is Libra's energy, or whether it's Libra's friend, lover, business partner, colleague, for whoever it was, the swords are in the heart. So we want the swords to get out of the heart. In order for us to open our heart back up to the highest vibration of receiving, giving and receiving, a better exchange. Now next for Libra, we have the Magician. Now the Magician is wonderful because the Magician has the Ace of Wands, the passion, and the magic of will. And they have the sword. The sword is the intelligence of thought, communication, execution, as well as, execution. I love that word, because not only does it cut things out of your life, but it's also how you execute things. Like, you know what I mean? Like the word execution, like it can be used in two dynamics there. And he also has the Ace of Cups, so he can constantly replenish his wealth of emotion and encouragement and sustenance. Things that feed the mind, body, and soul are represented by cups. Also, and then they have the Ace of Pentacles. They have the physical resource needed to invest to get further resources to continuously manifest their goals. So that's beautiful. So it says to me that Libra had their heart broken, but now they're like a powerhouse. They're out manifesting all new beginnings. Okay, what else would Libra like to say? Libra wants to tell the Five of Swords story. So that's very much a card about, I'm going to take all the swords away from everybody in town so that nobody hurts each other. But yet, because I have all the swords, I'm in charge. I have the power. So it's a card very much about winning the game and taking all the swords, all the control, all the thoughts, all the intelligence away from people so that they can be in control. But often when games are finished, in reality, they aren't done. Meaning, I warrant they'll find something else to stab this guy in the back or this girl in the back. Whoever's taking all the swords. So Libra, it says to me that somebody might be winning now, but it might not always be the case. Like ups and downs, things will naturally favor different people at different times. So it says to hang in there. And if you're the person that's winning right now, to take that lesson as well. You might be winning for a time, but to expect that others are going to have some sort of backbite about it. All right, what else is Libra want to say? The World card kind of popped at me. So that's old cycles ending. So new cycles can begin. Five of Cups. Leo had that. A card of spilt cups, feeling like, I think the broken heart, like Three of Swords basically said that all, but because it's the Five of Cups, it's basically telling me that not only on a thinking level has their heart been wounded and broken, the expectations not measured up, but on a emotional level, it's just this neediness, just feeling like what you need, your needs aren't being met, and whatever service people are offering you right now, it's not enough. Like you're still unfulfilled. So careful if this is your energy, Libra, how long you stay there. I mean, obviously stay there as long as you need to, but understand if what they're offering you isn't helping you, then don't keep going to that same bar expecting to be given the same few drinks to help if it's not helping. Like maybe this is a Libra that might have to, if they're the ones that are inconsolable and can't receive the help in the place that they are, they might have to do some recognition within themselves to say, okay, I'm not getting the help I need here. Where can I go? Or if you, Libra, are offering this help to somebody like that who is like, here, you want another drink? What can I do to make it better? And they're just not getting better. That can be a little bit of a frustrating story. Maybe you had expectations and you wanted to help them, hoping that it might groom them a bit into seeing you differently, but they may or may not receive that well. Perhaps maybe you're thinking you're being of service to get something, when really, like, you know what I mean? Like almost like that Five of Swords story, maybe. Like maybe you're giving out the cups to this person, like these people are giving him the sword so he can win, like he's taking all the swords. So in this situation, if I apply it here, it's like, okay, they're taking the ideas from these people and they're taking the emotion and the cups, but they're not giving anything back. And because they're not giving anything back, that's what's potentially going to cause the people to retaliate in some way. So Libra, be careful if this is you in spoiling connections with people who actually care about you and want to help you, and you're not seeing it. Be careful if that's you, or be careful if you're the one offering all this help and this person's just soaking it up, drinking it up, hearing the thoughts, but they're not really internalizing any of it. They're not willing to show you that the help you're giving is worth it, or that it's actually making a difference, which can hurt your confidence after a while if you were expecting to have a love result out of nursing them in some sort of way. I know I said that in a way where it sounds like, oh, I'm nursing them to get them to love me, but that is what people do. Like, a lot of people in love kind of do that. Like, when they meet someone, they're like, oh, I like them, but they're depressed. Okay, maybe if I just be there and show them I care, maybe they'll love me. In some cases, that can happen, but in some cases, you know, they're in such a bad mood, they can't even do what's right for themselves and what's good for themselves. So how are they able to bypass their own funk and be appreciative or loyal or accepting of whatever service you're offering if they can't even see their own value? So that's the potential block there. I'm not trying to say that they're deserving or not deserving of your attention on both ends. I'm just trying to say, be careful on how long you keep people in that misery with you, or how long you allow people to keep you down with them. Like, and it's not about like leave them high and dry down on the ground. It's about understanding, have I offered them everything I can possibly offer to the best of my degree? Has it helped? Has it gave them some reaction? Are they still on the floor? If they are, then perhaps you're not that person that can help them. Perhaps they need medication, or they need a different type of help or assistance, or something. Like, there could be something else going on. I don't want to put too many words because I don't want to make it too precise, because this is a general reading for Libra. And here we finally have a face card. You have the King of Pentacles. So Libra, you're either the King of Pentacles or they're the King of Pentacles, but most likely I say it's Libra. Like, King of Pentacles is all about success, wealth. He supports physical, financial endeavors, and building, like earthly success. So this King of Pentacles could be someone that you want to build with, Libra, or it could be your energy. And it's saying that because you're such a King of Pentacles and you're so stable and grounded and successful with the world, perhaps that could lead you to attract a lot of people that don't have their stuff handled, because you feel like you can somehow help them with their problems, and then they will be appreciative and then go to work for you and help you. That sounds very symbiotic and beautiful when I say it that way, and it sounds natural and normal, and that's what we want out of people in relationships. However, the only time it doesn't work is when we want that with somebody who is not willing to give it to us, or who plays us along, strings us along, and maybe this person, takes like 10 cups from you, and then when they finally feel better, they give you 1 cup. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, if you're a businessman, it must be frustrating to know that you're giving out 10 cups and you're only getting 1. But that's why you have to be careful with who you approach, whether you're a businessman or a businesswoman. Like, are you trying to groom somebody? Like, when I say the word grooming, I mean like it's one thing to take care of somebody and groom them, but it's completely other to be their only option and for them to just kind of soak up whatever you're giving, but they don't even really value what you're working so hard to give them. So they're never really going to work that hard or really help. But yet maybe they're smart enough to just kind of know that you want something, so they're giving you just enough. But yeah, that's what it seems to me here. It seems like a Libra trying to manifest, trying to pick somebody who they are sympathize with, can see need stuff, and they can fix that need in hopes they're going to get something. And that's why their heart's broken, Libra. Your heart's broken because you're putting too much expectation, some people. I mean, I'm not trying to say that's not... It's like rolling a dice. It's like gambling. You don't know until you take that risk. You can't stop taking risks just because your last few adventures didn't work. But at the same time, you know, like, is there a reason why you can't find other successful people that are on your level to work with? Is this a Libra maybe that likes the fact that they're the smartest one in the room, the most balanced, the most successful, and they like the fact that there are people out there that are lesser than them, so that they can feel like I'm giving them what no one else will give them, so maybe they'll give me what I really want. But then these people are taking all that wealth and stuff, and they might never actually really want to actually give you anything close to what you want. So, I don't know. That's kind of what I see there. I see somebody grooming somebody, and this person's just dragging their heels. They're like, yeah, I'll take the cup. Yeah, I'll take the money. Yeah, I'll take the opportunity. But I don't passionately value it, so that means that at the first chance I can make an excuse and bail out of it, I'm probably going to do that. And that could piss Libra off. It could be like, well, oh my God, you were in such a bad situation. I lifted you out of that situation, tied you up, and gave you everything. And then you just threw it down into the mud again. And you're going like, you're shocked. You're shocked, Libra. But you're forgetting the fact you found them in the mud. They're a muddy, dirty, gunky thing. You found it in the mud. I'm not trying to say that you can't groom people and it work out for you. But I'm saying in a lot of cases, you're going to shine them up. And then the minute you turn away to go handle your business and think, okay, I got them on the right path, and you look back and then you're going to see they're in the mud again. They're not on the path you plucked them and put them on. That's the downside of grooming. Because you might be able to lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So I'm not trying to shame any Libras out there that might have money and success and might be grooming people. I'm not trying to shame you for that. That's a beautiful thing. If you find willing participants who really value that opportunity and share in that growth and expansion at that level that you want, that is beautiful. What is not good is when you find somebody that they're just willing to accept and keep accepting what you give them, but they're never going to give anything back. That's what I think is not okay. And on the bottom of the deck, we have the Moon card, Libra. So that says to me that the Moon alerts us to monsters where there are none, and tells us we are fine and okay when we might not be. So the Moon, there's illusion there. But you notice that even though in the darkness of the shadow in the night, the moon becomes the only light. So sometimes it's better to not run away with the smoke and illusions of things we can't see, and just sit on the bank, pet the cat, and focus on that light, that moonlight. And moonlight is a reflection of sunlight. So it's a reminder that even in the dark, that sun, that thing we want to manifest is still there. So at night, things are scary when the sun's gone, or when we can't see the moonlight, which is still the sun. You know what I mean? So the moon is very much about keeping the faith in the darkness, almost like that religious passage. Almost like as we walk through the shadow of the valley of death, we shall feel no fear. So that's sort of what the moon is a bit like. It's about, there's lots of fear and illusions around, but you're going to use your highest discretion to manifest your sun, even at night, and you're going to look at that moon and think towards the day, like the next sunny day that's going to come for you. So yeah, so sit on the bank, pet the cat, Let Source do the work for you. Let the universe do the work for you. Now, there is 2 artificial beam lights focused on the moon. So that means that there could be artificial light. Like sometimes things that, like the sun, we can't deny its pureness of light. But the moon has the type of light where it's a reflecting light. So we might not be able to see if it's actually reflecting the sun's light or the beams of these mechanical, like, I don't know, it's like a strobe light. Not a strobe light, what is it? Like a spotlight? These 2 spotlights are on the moon, which could be reflecting false light. False light could possibly represent something like or artificial light can represent something like we think it is naturally source light, like we think it's natural for us, we think it's what we really want. But on a deeper reality, we realize that it was surface, it wasn't real light, like it was an illusionary or something, you know what I mean? So yeah. That's what I feel comfortable saying there for you, Libras. So it says to me that have more. This was a very specific message that I read for Libra, but if it resonates, try to have the confidence to approach your equals, not your lessers. Because you might think that the lessers might need something from you and they might appreciate you and love you or respect you for getting that from you, but that's not always the case. I'm not trying to say that it might not work on some, but I'm saying that it's not going to work on everybody. But just take it out of that and more general. This could just be a Libra that really wants business and is looking for someone to work with at this time. But maybe the way everything's been going lately and the cycles coming to an end with the World card and the moon, it's probably saying you're probably better off working alone for a little while or more alone focused. Not like you always have to be alone, working alone. But like, you know, maybe this is saying maybe you could go it alone a little bit until the people in your life show that they can stand beside you and go and do it with you. So maybe it's saying like that, potentially. Alright, so Starseed card for Libra. Middle. Activated Earth, power places, ley lines, trust where you're led. Power places. See, that's what I'm saying. If you're trying to manifest with a person that is not in a place of power within themselves, then you're only gonna manifest really your own energy, and you're gonna be slowed down trying to do it for others. So that's what I'm saying. Have the confidence to find people of power and places of power and to draw strength from other strengths. Ley lines, knowing that everything is connected. Every master was once a novice. So just because you're approaching another person that's your equal and you both have confidence and power and stance, and you might think, well, I don't want to, you know, like too many chiefs. Like, I don't want to work with another king because, yeah, they might be my equal, but they won't let me do it the way I want. Well, do you want dominance or do you want perfectly executed manifestations or goals? Like, just because you're two equals and you both could have arrogance or pride over what you've accomplished and you might do things differently does not mean you can't find a way to work together. In some cases, if you're working with someone that you're trying to figure out if they'll go with you or not, like a grooming, I mean, there's no guarantee if they're ever gonna really do the work. You know what I mean? So at least if you're meeting someone equal, you'll know what you get is what you get. Trust where you're led. So even these people, like maybe you've created codependency relationships like that. Like maybe people have become dependent on your success, Libra. But It's saying that trust where you're being led, all that was meant to be for a reason. And you have your own role in manifesting that. Like, you can't get upset that all these people that you've invested in didn't be what you wanted them to be. If the only reason you were investing in them was to get a result, that's probably why you're not getting the result. Because maybe they knew that, and they have the sovereign right to choose, do I want to be influenced that way or not? They can still take the cups, and they can never, ever, ever, ever do what you really wanted for those cups. And you might think that people have the same level of integrity as you. Like, if I was wounded and hurt, had no money, and someone paid for my school or did this for me, I would pay them back tenfold. I would work my hardest. Just because you would do that does not mean the people that you are corralling will do the same. So I think that's what's saying, because this seems like a very successful Libra. And Libras are great at mediation, working with people and finding a fair, balanced thing. So I'm saying that while you're being so fair to everybody, it's like you're being fair to everybody in order to make it more fair for you. But just because you're setting a precedence in what's fair and what's good, and you're honoring them in that, does not mean they have to honor you back. Does that make sense? Now, it'd be nice if they did. I'm not saying that they should or shouldn't, or, you know, I don't know the relationships you've set up, but I'm saying that you definitely don't want to take somebody else's confidence, power, manifestation, creativity away from them. You know, just because people are young, inexperienced, or vulnerable, or, you know what I mean, does not mean that just because they're lacking in a quality of life doesn't mean that they want that quality of life or are willing to work for that quality of life. Now, if you're willing to give it to them with ease and hoping that they're going to work harder and appreciate that, I mean, it might not go that way. So some Libras could get bit in the bum that way. That's where the Three of Swords is coming from. It's that energy of, don't do something for a charity case unless it's charity, unless you expect to get nothing back. Because if you're doing it from a place of charity and love, you love the person and you want to see that they're doing better and that they're coming into their own regardless. So then when you give to that level of degree, if it's not going the way you want, you can just simply, you know, stop investing. And that would be much better, because then at least you can say, well, I've given as long as it felt good to give, you know? But yeah, so it depends if this is like business, or if this is personal relationships, or if this is a Libra who is sort of playing on personal relationships to try to corral them into business. So that's what I see here. I'm not trying to talk down to Libras. I'm just saying, with the Moon card there, the Five of Swords, the World card, the Three of Swords, the Magician, it says to me a Libra that's kind of been so, it's almost like, how can I say this? It's like you're so involved in every aspect to such a fair and balanced degree that you're losing yourself in it. It's like, that's why I'm saying, seeing you maybe need to go at it alone a little bit. Because maybe it's saying you've been doing a lot on your own anyway. So maybe it's trying to say, if you take others out of that expectation and see what you do on your own, you'll really see that how much effort have I really been bailing out to get these results. So that's what I'm saying. Going at it alone might be you taking back your power, your resources a little bit, to see who can change from that. Who's going to be like, okay, well, now that they've called the cups back and they're not helping me anymore, okay, you know, maybe I did take them for granted. Maybe I did, you know, soak up a lot of that ease, and now that they're not there making it as easy, and I have to go back to an older standard of life, I've outgrown that. I don't want that anymore. Maybe that'll give them the fuel in your absence to then show you they want to earn it back. They want it back. You know what I'm trying to say? In some cases, that can be genuine, and in some cases, they just want the cup. So use your own discretion in when they come back and how they continuously show that they are grateful. So that's what I'm saying here, Libra. With money in the world and influences, a lot of people are struggling. There could be a lot of people taking chances on people in really messed up situations. I'm not trying to say you don't help humanity. That is really important. It's so important for people to be charitable and help. But charity is not grooming. Charity is you're helping because you want the world to be better, or you want a certain amount of people to be better, or to improve their quality of life, whether you get something or not. That's one thing. But grooming means it's like you're trying to raise them in a way where they will be what you want them to be for what you gave, and if they don't turn out with your results, you'll begrudge them, and that's very toxic, because nobody should feel like that on either end, whether it's the person being groomed or the person grooming. Nobody should feel like there was some secret agenda there, and now it's not met. Well, go frig you, I didn't actually care. Like, you know, like that could be... It could be damaging, I mean traumatizing to both individuals to go through that experience, and then to come out the other end, and then to not be skeptical that other people are going to do the same to us. So that's why it's not great to stay in toxic things long term, because it creates behavioral patterning, expectation, and unhealthy expectations there that possibly don't get met. So that's what I'm going to say there. So activated earth. Get outside, go to places that make you feel powerful, places where people have similar power and strengths that you can manifest and work on. Ley lines, a sense of connection. Make sure there's connection. Connection means that both are interested in the connection and the project or the goal or the end result. And trust where you're being led. So trust that all the people that didn't serve you led you to the ones that will serve you. So I hope that was beautiful, Libra. Some of these reads are coming out very intense. I just want happy readings, but but that's me. That's how I deal with my trauma. I just want to be happy and get away from it. Choose something better for myself. But I think the collective is giving me these tough readings right now because it's trying to say, people really need tough guidance or tough kind of love right now, or they just need that clarity. So I apologize if it comes off like rough, but it's life. Life is rough. I don't want to sugarcoat the messages. So I love you, Libras. I don't want to sugarcoat the messages too much. I want growth for you guys. If there's no problem, nothing gets fixed, right? Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, and now we are at Scorpio. Hi, Scorpio. So, how are Scorpios been doing during Aries season? We're coming into Taurus season. So I hope that'll give you guys that slow, steady strength and progress you guys need. Okay, so I'm going to do 6 cards for Scorpio, and I'm going to look at the bottom of the deck for the highest good, and for Taurus season, and for next month. And 1 card fell out just as I was doing the intention, and it's the Fool. The Fool card. Now, the Fool in the Major Arcana, all tarot cards start off the journey with the Fool. The Fool is 0 because it's before number 1. So the Fool is what we all, like a baby being born would be considered a fool, like someone very novice starting a journey. But innocent and happy, like the Fool also will laugh or believe in something that others won't. Like often, not in this card, but often in the Fool card, we see the Fool about to jump off a cliff. But in this card, the Fool is actually a chimney sweeper, and he has a loyal dog up on the roof with him. So that says to me that this Fool, even though he's working, he's having fun. He brought his dog along, like he's whistling and he's saying, "Hey Benji, you know, let's clean this chimney." Now, because he's on top of buildings, it's almost sort of like a cliff. There's the potential to fall. So a lot of people would be like, well, why are you up there skipping and dancing with your dog? You're supposed to be working. Like, you know, like maybe they're not doing occupational health and safety stuff correctly. Maybe they're like, well, you're not tied on. You could fall off. But, you know, he's just singing and dancing up on that chimney thing, kind of like Mary Poppins. Like chim chimity, chim chimity, chim chim sharoo. I likes what I does and I does what I do. Or I likes what I does and I does what I, or I does what, I likes what I does what I likes and I likes what I do, or something, I don't know. But this is a fool, like, a lot of people think, oh, you're foolish. But it's actually a compliment, because being a fool means you're lighthearted and you're not bound to the laws of the universe. Like, the fool can literally make anything happen. Like, if the norm is everybody falls off the cliff, the fool will miraculously jump off the cliff, land in a tree, fall into a beautiful stream, and somehow manage to take a couple of apples out of the tree down with him, so he's got lunch. And he's sitting on the side of the bank laughing because he just fell off the cliff and now he's got lunch. He never even got a scratch. Maybe he got one scratch and he's laughing at the fact that, oh, I could have lost my head, but I only got a scratch, you know? Like, the fool kind of is that beautiful story of the impossible happening. So Scorpio, a lot of times maybe your energy is a little bit behind the scenes, like a bit of like the general, like planning their moves from the safety and security of you know, the camp, you know? So it's like perhaps maybe Scorpio energy, perhaps maybe you're being asked with this springtime coming up to be the fool, to get out and enjoy and to have an adventure and to kind of take a risk, take a leap of faith. That's what the fool is, a leap of faith. All right, so Scorpio. Just like the last reading, we've got the Three of Swords. Again, swords is mental energy, communication systems, ideas. Because they're stabbing the heart, these are thoughts that directly influence, harm, hinder, or help how we think about love and our heart and the emotion of therefore. So very much, when I see this card, it's very much of keeping our heart wounded and our heart chakra closed off from people because of limiting beliefs, thoughts, and ideas or potential communication you had thus far concerning the heart and love and what you're passionate about. That makes sense, Scorpio. So, that's interesting. So, let's get another card. I got Justice popped out. So, it's concerning justice, meaning I think it's going to work out for your best. Or I don't think. I know it's going to work out for your best, Scorpio, because the Fool here says to me that even though your heart can be broke, you're ready for the fresh start. And perhaps that broken heart is going to give you the courage to have that fresh start because it's justice. It's what you really need for yourself, Scorpio. And a face card I have here is Knight of Swords. So again, systems, communication, ideas, air energy. The Knight of Swords is definitely, it's definitely telling me that the communication you've received from this person is leaving you unfulfilled. But at the same time, it could say that the communication that you've got from this person could make you feel like the Fool energy and have justice, and maybe that's what you need to make the move. So let's get a few more cards to confirm on that. All right, Scorpio, let's see. Let's get you guys. Okay. So this justice also comes with judgment. It's a judgment being made over a person, place, thing. Maybe someone's judging you or you're judging them for an outcome. Okay, so we have the Fool. We start the journey. Happy chim chimity, chim chim sharoo. I likes what I does and I does what I do. And then, broken heart, or thinking that you're brokenhearted, because we can always open our heart chakra back out. Like, being happy is a choice. So regardless of how much we think we should keep our heart closed, our hearts are meant to be open. And that's what justice is about. It's about things having proper value. Maybe you don't value all that money and gold and jewels as being more valuable than the experience of developing and understanding who you are. You know, maybe you're making these types of shifts, these judgment calls. And it's probably because of the influence or the motivation or maybe just the ideas in general that this Knight of Swords is presenting you. And that judgment of hearing the call of the universe, being at the right place, the right time, and actively waiting. 3 of Wands is actively waiting to manifest what you truly desire, believing you have it, believing it's going to come before it's here. Seeing your ships about to come in. This is like the law of manifesting, the law of attraction. Active waiting. The 3 lanterns, the 3 lights, and the 3 pillars for support in that shows us body, mind, and soul coming together, working through the seen and unseen forces. Often when they say when you're manifesting, you should, you know, it's like do something physical while thinking as well as feeling. So it's like you got to invoke the heart, the emotions, the body with the mind, the thinking, the practical, the rationality, as well as with the soul, the observer, the ever ebbing and flowing and refilling cup. That's what the soul is. It's the cup that never empties. It's the observer. It's the thing that is eternal. It doesn't ever go away. So, and on the bottom of the deck we have the Ace of Swords. So you're going to get that new start, that new communication that's needed to move the story along and to get you to where your passion is. You're manifesting your passion, Scorpio. The Ace of Swords is like an epiphany. It's gonna come. It's gonna come really, really fast, and it's probably gonna make you feel giddy like the Fool, like you can't wait to start to manifest your best. So let's get a star seed for you, Scorpio. Now this one. Your life is a canvas. Artist, manifestation, creative accountability. Okay, Scorpio. Maybe for some of you Scorpios out there who do work from behind the scenes, maybe you're always just sort of manifesting to what you think you can kind of get out of people. Like it's like where you're working behind the scenes, maybe you like to kind of vicariously manifest through others, like waiting for the right things to line up with friends, family, and people. Maybe that plays a big role in the way you manifest and the way you try to get things done for yourself. But maybe it's saying, maybe you need to have more accountability over yourself and take more of a front and center stage, Scorpio. You don't always have to live with, maybe you're afraid to be more direct because people will see your intentions more, which can be scary because they can block it or reject you or this and that. But there's a good thing about working behind the scenes. There's also a bad thing. The good thing is that people won't see your moves, they can't stop you. The bad thing is that you'll get less help manifesting because you may be depending too much on how the physical world is lining up so you can make it work from behind the scenes. It's like you're waiting to see what's there before you can figure out what you want, what you can work with, instead of just bypassing that whole step and being like, I want this, I can have this. So that's what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing that you're an artist, you're a manifester. Take creative accountability that you can for sure, 100%, have a direct approach in life. And if you're doing everything from behind the scenes, it would benefit you, Scorpio, to live a more authentic life in some cases, to show people what you're manifesting or what you're doing so they can help you. Not in all cases. You don't have to have people do it with you. But it depends. It depends on how stuck your energy is. Like if you're too recluse, maybe You need to allow a space where like-minded individuals and creators can come in and give you that inspiration, where you can feel like the fool and you get that justice and the proper judgment. No one wants to feel like they're being judged in a bad way, but we like when people judge us in positive ways, and in order to do that, judgment has to take place. Someone has to judge us, right? So don't be afraid to be on display and to put your art on display. Like, don't feel like you have to anonymously submit an art because you're waiting to see how the whole world views the art before you can allow them to know it was from you. Perhaps it's saying, take more accountability. You know, you can definitely be in the light and have that open, honest, artistic manifestation. Like, you don't have to just keep saving that energy or hiding it away. I feel like Scorpios can do that. I have Scorpio in my ascendant, so it's the energy I come into as I grow in this life, more towards the end phase of my life. So I get that, like, you know, in some aspects, I've hidden a lot of the really important things I needed to come to the front, address to manifest better for me. I've left behind secret. And because of that, you know, at 31 years old, you know, now it's like I have to dig deep for my own secrets I buried. You know, Scorpio has that habit. We can bury something so long, we think it's dead, but it's not dead. We're just waiting for the next death cycle in our lives so that we can uncover it. It's almost like the fool just happily, you know, is walking around this field we buried everything in. We're like, we don't see nothing. We're foolish. We're happy. There's nothing there. And all of a sudden we trip over a hump in the dirt, and then we look down. There's a skeleton head. We're like, oh, oops. It's like the skeleton's coming out of the closet. It's like it's too full. So make sure that you're living some parts of your life with transparency. You don't have to be completely transparent. Scorpio needs to have some sort of mystery about it, but definitely don't live your whole life cramped up where you're not able to have the proper experiences that really reflect your inner nature and really grow you, because you're constantly being this surface level for people. I mean, that's a beautiful trait, to be convenient for people, but it's not always 100% to our benefit to be convenient for them. So know when it's just a trauma response, or it's just a response where you're just being convenient for everyone, to no avail, to no benefit, or whether these connections are worth the investment, worth that time. So Scorpios, I feel like you have such an appetite for a vast amount of things. You could definitely put more on your plate than you can actually digest. So make sure you're maybe being a little bit more picky. Because we all know Scorpio has a strong stomach. You could probably eat anything and survive. But that doesn't mean that Scorpio doesn't have immense artistic taste or preference. So, you know, they have to be kind to themselves as well as others. So that's what I want to say there, Scorpio. So be the manifester. Allow yourself to take credit for all the good things in your life, and allow yourself to grow through all the other things that you might have felt that might not be. You know, it's all serving you. It's all serving your greater good. Okay. So with that, love you, Scorpios. Hope you enjoyed that reading. Give you a little tone cleanse. Alright, so next reading is Sagittarius. Okay, I think I just got a message. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to pause for just 1 second. Okay, Sagittarius. Hello. Hello, Saggies. Okay. I have somebody coming over soon, so I'm going to try to get these done quickly. Okay, Saggy, 6 cards while reading the bottom and a star seed for the highest good for Taurus season for next month. Highest good, Saggy. Okay. Okay, so Saggies have felt Four of Swords. So again, that's very much a card of feeling like you're on this timeline, these events are happening to you and you just can't avoid them, not seeing that you have this this fourth sword that you can walk away from things that aren't serving you and to get out of any trap that you feel in the thinking level that you're supposed to be in. It's a card of healing from that masochistic energy that you have to suffer, that you can't manifest something better for yourself. The raven in the picture symbolizes source, because birds swim in the water, they walk on land, and they fly in the air. So they have infinite divine knowledge. So to think more free like a bird doesn't fly when there's swords coming up all over the place. So it's about calming the mind, healing from the trauma, in order to see things clearly for yourself to manifest better. The next card that came out in unison on the floor was the Three of Cups. So that says to me, it could be a third party situation. That's a typical tarot reading interpretation, but also it's cups, right? So it's emotions. So you're having emotional exchange with all these parties involved, meaning that they're all creating some sort of necessity. Whether it's this one person in your life gives you a lot of mental energy and that makes you feel like good, and you're just like, oh wow, their ideas are so nice and they work really well with me. And then somebody else might have like emotion or other stuff that you're getting from them. So to me it says that the threes are, again, of magic. Like a lot of cartoons or TV shows, there's like three best friends, and when they talk there's like an exchange, and the way it gets started in the first conversation, built up in the second, and then completed in the third is very satisfying to the human experience. So this is very much a three-cup journey. It's very much about sampling the emotion and the energies of all the parties involved in order to, well, if it was romantic, obviously make a choice about a lover or business or family. Like, it's basically to grow us as humans. So I don't want to read it like it's like a cheating card. It's probably not. Sometimes people could be giving someone's energy or be liking someone's energy and not be intimate with them. You know what I mean? It could just start out innocently. So I don't want to say anyone's cheating, but I'm saying that whoever... so Sagittarius, yeah, this is for Saggy. So this is saying that Saggy is enjoying the Three of Cups energy with different individuals, or Saggy isn't part of it. But the Four of Wands here is very much about celebrating an event, getting happy, preparing for an event, some sort of party. Order, stability, like, you know, like it's very much something that you're looking forward to. So it's like it could be a marriage. Sometimes Four of Wands can symbolize a marriage. So Saggy, what else would you like me to talk about? Alright, Saggy, what else would you like me to talk about? Alright. Wheel of Fortune. So that wheel is going to keep spinning, keep spinning. Sometimes it lands on a good prize, sometimes... ooh, it'll ding ya. Like in some games, you know, you might lose life points if it lands on something negative or something. So, but when this wheel spins, this eternal wheel of fortune, we always want to be in a higher vibration where we're expecting it's going to land on the winner for us. So we want to believe it's going to be the best for us. But the Wheel of Fortune says to me, it's a major arcana card. So it's very much allowing the universe to gift you with whatever it's gifting you, whether it's a lesson or whether it's a prize. King of Cups. Okay, so that's a good face card. So you're looking at someone, you're looking for your King of Cups. Whether you're a female or a male or transgender or whatever you identify as, you're looking for your King of Cups, whether they are male, female, but they have that king energy. Whether they could be a female, but they have very kingly, respectable energy about them. or very evolved in a masculine type of way, but also around cups, which is emotion. So this is very strong in love type of person. You feel safe, protected with them, Saggy. Or that person feels that way with you. But here I have the Lovers. And what popped out with the Lovers was the Eight of Wands. So the Lovers story here is very much like one is organic and one is machine. And they both are attracted to each other for different reasons. It doesn't mean there's not without opposition or conflict, but these lovers can't not stop looking at each other. For good, for bad, for jealousy, for love, whatever it is, they're fixated on each other. That's sort of the lover's energy there. And then the Eight of Wands is like, could be like fast communication, fast, passionate communication. Very much the physical, seen aspect of passion. It's not an inner will, it's become physical. Like you've gifted somebody with an idea, a passion, like says to me that maybe this, and at the bottom of the deck is Ten of Swords. That's a completion. That's as far as you can go with a thought, an idea, communication. It's no longer serving. He's gonna have to let that page go and comb through his briefcase for a new idea. That's what that says to me. So definitely, what I see here is I see a Saggy who needs to heal from past disappointments, who has options, opportunities, like, you know, there's opportunities to grow yourself through these connections. There's lots to celebrate. There's going to be good times ahead. Wheel of Fortune, it's going to come with some events that are going to illuminate potentially who this King of Cups is to you. Be it lover, well, they are a lover. They definitely are a lover. You love things about them, but you might not love everything about them. That's sort of the lover's energy. Eight of Wands says you're going to get that type of communication based on passion to let those stale ideas and communications go. Okay, let's get a starseed for Saggies now. All paths lead home. Inner authority, intuition, turn your gaze within. Okay, Saggy, so we don't always have to control things in the physical world. Sometimes by like having our own inner authority, not trying to control everything in the physical world, but just simply trying to control how we see it, our expectations, how we feel. When we take that authority based off our intuition, and we turn our gaze within and we control and get right within ourselves, our physical world represents that. So once Saggy starts feeling like the party's happening on the inside, that's when you'll get invited to all these events. That's when you attract that same energy that you're vibing with. If you're kind of wounded in that healing energy still, you could, and then you go out to a party, well, then you're probably going to attract another wounded person. And then you're going to trauma bond. You're both just going to use each other to talk negatively about what happened. And that can be a healing process in itself. But we want to be careful we don't carry that healing energy into lover energy. Because, often with lovers, we're looking at what we like and what we don't like. And when we're making up our mind about somebody, sometimes, laying all this... I mean, it might be a true reflection of you and you want to be honest, but it might not be the only truth. Maybe you're just starting a bit heavy, but then once you get it all out, you won't be heavy on them normally. But because you started out so heavy, they think, oh, you're a heavy person, and they might make a judgment like that. So be careful about how your past hurts don't influence how you're setting up future bonds, is what I want to say there. So by having an inner authority intuition, by just focusing solely on who you are, what your ethics are and who you are as a person and what you want, that will already create a resonance of authority, and people will have to respect that. So that's why. Don't always look at what you have in the physical world and work with that. Instead, make a statement of who you are, insert that into the world, and have people have no choice but to meet you on that level. Because then you'll have no regrets. That's what I'm seeing for a Saggy here. Saggies are fire signs. They really want to know that they are, you know, like the authority for themselves, but also that other people trust them enough to rely on them. So definitely, Saggy, you definitely want connections that aren't just sort of relying on you. Because yes, you have the energy. Everyone wants to like eat up that type of energy because it's just so sunny and nice and optimistic. So what I'm trying to say is that even though you work hard and you naturally excel at getting people to like you, and you do it fundamentally because you want people to like you, understand that it's easy for people to like you, and that you're trying hard can sometimes be taken advantage of by certain souls and people that understand that about you. Does that make sense? So, Saggy, I definitely want you out celebrating and enjoying all the things that make you you, with the individuals that really bring out the things that you love in you, so that you can figure out who this King of Cups is. This King of Cups. Wasn't my intention to do love readings, but when I see face cards come out, I'm like, people want knowledge on these things. Alright, so Saggy, thank you so much. I'm sorry if you guys have been commenting. When I'm far away, I can't read it. Thank you. So yeah, I'm uploading all 12 signs to my YouTube channel after. Then I'll be back later on after I take a break to eat and stuff. And then I'll do just some pull cards for you guys on TikTok. But I like doing it this way because that way you guys can catch all 12 signs for my YouTube channel. But if you come in late, you can just go check out my YouTube channel for them. But I can do more personalized readings after. So I'm just getting through these because I'm going to upload this to my YouTube channel. So the next one after Saggy is Cappy. Capricorns. How are all my successful, strong, hardworking Capricorns? Or people with Capricorn in the chart, or if they're dating a really hot Capricorn, male or female, or transgender, wherever you're at. Y'all beautiful people to me. Okay, so Cappy, 6 cards with looking at one on the bottom of the deck for Taurus season next month, highest good. Cappy, let's get happy, Cappy. Alright, what is that one? Wheel of Fortune. Let's get a winner, winner, chicken dinner. I like that. I like that saying. One of my tarot readers I watch, Rambling Mike, he says that. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. So we want that spinning good for you, Capricorn. So make sure it lands on the winner. And even if it doesn't land on the winner, still see it as a win. Because sometimes lessons, in contrast, knowing what we don't want, just reaffirms our manifestation to what we do want. And it's funny I say that, because when I'm saying what we do want, Two of Cups story. One says magic, one says science. Why ruin the time? Let's just simply enjoy it for however we see it. So these are two people quite smitten with each other. They might see it for different things or what they can get out of it, but they are both in that same concentration and focus and enjoyment with each other. So regardless of what their intentions are, they both meet each other with the same chemistry, regardless of how they view it, whether one sees their chemistry as magic, the other one sees it as science. However you're viewing the relationship, it's beautiful. So it's beautiful, Cappy. You're looking for your Two of Cups. Or you found your Two of Cups, or your Two of Cups is coming. And I say that because maybe Cappies are looking for their Queen of Cups. Someone who nurtures and supports artistic and creative endeavors. This Queen ain't going to pour that cup out for anybody. She might be lovey-dovey and be well-connected, but she's not a page and she's not a knight. She's not just going to use her skills to upsell to everybody. She's a queen. She's strong and advanced in her maturity around loving cups. She knows that if I don't pour a cup out for you, it's because I'm not going to pour that cup out for you just that you like me for nothing. Like, you know, they're not going to be wishy-washy that way. Like, they manifest with intent. If they're giving you a cup, they're truthful about it. This is a real cup. If they don't give you a cup, that says just as much too, that you're not deserving of the cup. Like, they're very on the level. But typically this Queen of Cups is definitely an aspect that I like. It's definitely a catch. This person is definitely someone that represents something very close to your heart, Kathy. What was this little book that fell out? Page of Cups, Ten of Pentacles, King of Wands, Chariot. Okay, what should I do? You know what? I do need to have these done a bit quickly. So I'm just going to take the book because it comes with an extra card. You guys will get 8. On the bottom of the deck is the Nine of Pentacles. So Cappy, you're that strong entrepreneur type of energy. Whether you have success or not, you are success. You're the type of person where success, no matter what you gain or lose, you will attract more wealth because you have mastered and tamed the inner elements within you. And another face card here is the Page of Cups. Someone who thinks Juliet was a poser because she wasn't as honest as Romeo in love. She was trying to protect her reputation and kind of have her cake and eat it too and make sure everyone viewed her the right way, protected her reputation. I already explained that more in depth in other people's reads, so I'm going through it a little quicker. And another face card here is this King of Wands. So that's not someone that wants to sit on their throne in their castle all day. That's someone who wants to get up out of their chair and go, you know, rap on other people's doors and be like, hey, what's your passion? Is your passion my passion? Let's work on passion. So it says to me that you want to really work with a lot of different people for your Ten of Pentacles. So this Ten of Pentacles is like the loyal dogs, the well-reared children, the travel, money, success, home fulfillment, perfect love. The tarot reader looking at that vision says to me that you have support, you have people that can help you manifest this. And this extra card that came out is the Chariot, Cancer energy, coming out of your comfort zone, leaving the city to go out into the world to manifest and get what you want, to get your fulfillment. So this is very much a story of Capricorn being hopeful for the future and really wanting to grow their business, grow their experience, and meet with different types of like-minded individuals. The Cups to me says emotion. You definitely want to be talking to individuals who have profound emotional growth and understanding. If that seems very enticing to you, Capricorn. And like the Two Cups, like you like, even if you don't see it the exact way they see it, you like seeing their story and how they see it so you can know yourself better. That's very smart. The King of Wands is, like you have the Queen of Cups and the King of Wands. And these are two people that when they combine that passion and that emotion and they're on the same page, they are a powerhouse. But you know, the King of Wands can sometimes in their pursuit of their passion, might come off a little bit unemotional at times, or might say something that is not emotionally kind to the relationship in pursuit of their passion. So try to understand if that's a direct intention or if it's just a symptom of who they actually are. Because sometimes I think it's one thing if it's their intention to do it, to hurt you. But if it's just a symptom of who they are, then just simply recognize the patterning and distance yourself. But it says to me that you definitely have individuals that interest you passionately and emotionally to help you build success in your own life. It's like you're looking around to see how other people do things so that you can really be the most efficient for yourself. That's beautiful, Capricorn. That's exactly where I think the universe wants you to be right now, within yourself. The Sea of Mintaka, seeing potential, bringing unconscious to life. Exactly. Capricorn, you're a cardinal sign. You're a sign of like leadership, but you can also follow. And because of that, because of your ability to follow people, to learn to be a leader, you often always balance your perspective so that you're like the sea. You're crystal, you're pure, you're life-giving. That's what the Sea of Mintaka is the purest water. This water is almost so pure. It's not even water. It's energy. It's just pure divine intention. And you're vast in that. And when you come together on a project, you really make people feel like they're having a beautiful day at the beach. Like they can bask in the sun and they can get the refreshing water they need. And if they do get sunburnt because they spend too much time on the land versus the sea, you're there with the sunscreen, like you just have this like entrepreneuric and cherry energy, like you know how to get up and go and get what you want, Capricorn. So that is beautiful, Cappy. I hope you guys like that. So, next one I'm going to be doing is Aquarius. How are Aquariuses doing? I hope Aries season was good for you. We're coming into Taurus season. So, I hope that's strong, slow, steady progress works to your advantage, Aquarius, like building and things. So 6 cards for Aquarius for Taurus season next month for their highest good while looking at the bottom, and a star seed. Please and thank you. Oh, again. Okay, so Aquarius, we have the Empress. She's always pregnant, birthing, and creating new creations, whether physical or energetic. Then we have the 5 of Swords. This is been a running theme tonight too. Somebody's been taking all the swords, all the ideas, intelligence, power, or even just weapons away from people. People can't protect themselves because this one took them all. Maybe this person felt like these people couldn't be responsible to take care of themselves, but for whatever reason, they've taken all the swords away from society. And they're the winner of the game. They have all the control now. But unlike games, reality is never finished like a game. Often, he might not have all the swords now, but I warn, they'll find something else to stab him in the back with. So that's a little hidden warning that comes with that. Like, you might be winning now, but life has a way of, you don't stay on top forever. There's ebbs and flows. Different people will, I don't want to say be winning, it seems as though some people are on top and winning and have advantages at different times. That can be done naturally. But when it's done with intention, understand, is someone taking something from you, Aquarius, or are you taking something from others, or something going on like that. Now, the 7 of Cups says to me about being careful what cup you choose. Like, do you want to train your pet dragon? Like, dragons are really mythical and powerful and cool. Like, everyone would want a dragon. But when you're training that dragon, if he, burns your house down or singes all your clothes and hairs off your body, I'm pretty sure you'd be pretty done with the dragon. So then, you know, you want a slimy little eel that'll slip out of your hand and go back down into the deep, dark waters, and you don't even know where it is or if you own it or not. Or do you want a Christmas wreath where it's like, it's not really Christmas, but it's like this nostalgic item, and it could be bittersweet, like part of it, but not the whole. Do you want hearts and flowers? Are you idealizing a person more than what they actually are? Do you want this sandcastle where it's marketed to be this beautiful home, but then it falls apart? Do you want blimps where you can travel and learn lessons? And that's a good thing. Or sometimes you just get stuck in an airport for like a few days. That's happened to me. Or do you want jewels? Like, are you money focused? Are you like, hey, I want a bunch of money. I love money. Because money makes me feel like powerful. But maybe because you love money, you're working so hard for money that you know, you're always working for the money, so you never have time to enjoy it or think about what you really want. So 7 of Cups is a fantasy card. It's about fantasy meets reality. What do you want? What makes you happy? Experimenting. Okay, Aquarius, what else do you want to say? What else do you want to tell me? What else do you want me to say? Alright, Aquarius. Aquarius. Give me some cards, Aquarius. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to talk about? What do you want? What do you want? It says 9 of Swords. Sleepless nights, creating your own monsters. Which is what we do. Our thoughts that don't serve us do become the monsters that stop us. The world, old cycles are ending, new cycles are beginning. 5 of Cups, not feeling fulfilled. Let's keep going with this book. Knight of Wands, that's a face card. So somebody looking to find themselves, and can you support that or not? 7 of Swords is taking your personal power, a theft to society, like your own thoughts, who you are. 2 of Swords, needing to decide. Page of Swords, somebody who's, you know, waiting on the right communication to act. 2 of Wands, make a decision between their passion. 5 of Wands, fighting, arguing, competition. Okay, I just wanted to see what that book said. Okay, so I'm going to look at the bottom of the deck right now. Okay, Page of Swords. Page of Swords stuck out. Okay. So for the face card that really sticks out is Page of Swords. There's somebody who is really intriguing to you. They have the ability to get in this airship and come. Like it's a potentiality, but they're not really sure, so they're waiting on communication. So this is somebody that you'd want to see come, but they might not come without being invited. It's what I get from this Page of Swords. Like, they're not, like, they're going to wait till they're called into action. They're not just going to rush into action, if that makes sense. So, don't get carried away with all this stuff. Like, the Page of Swords says to me that they want to communicate. So just, instead of racking your head over what they might want to communicate about, or what you should show them that you want to communicate about, just communicate honestly. Whether you gain a friend or a foe or whatever happens, or a lover, it's so much better to be honest, because it'll make the outcome happen sooner, rather than being in this situation for months wondering. If you just had the honest communication, it might, you know, yeah, you're afraid, okay, and the end result might not be the result you want, so you don't want to go down that road. But if that's what's going to happen anyway, why prolong it? So kind of just like having that communication will end that painful up all night, creating your own monster cycle. Which is why you're feeling unfulfilled, the 5 of Cups. You're feeling like you're not the people in your life probably that are helping you feel better, it's just not really working, because what it's saying to me is that the real problem of what you need is something that's internal, that only you, Aquarius, can address and solve for yourself. Maybe you feel like because you're Five of Swords, Page of Swords, Sister Connection, Nine of Swords. Are you feeling that you don't want to be vulnerable? You don't want to put yourself out there and take away the swords, the potentiality of the thought? It's like you don't want to lead with something that you want to clear up, because you don't want the person to think about what that might say about you, if that makes sense. But it's telling me that this person, they're like, even though they're a page, nothing really surprises them. Like, they're ready to get in the blimp a lot. Like maybe you're afraid whatever you say to them, they're going to get in the blimp and they're going to go away and they're not going to, meet you. But this is, you're not going to know unless you try, Aquarius. But the Page of Swords says to me that their mental energy as well. Like, they want to communicate. And the only way you're going to, like, get out of this Five of Cups not feeling good, or stop giving them the upper hand, is what I see here. Maybe you're giving them the upper hand, because they're just waiting on communication. Like, do I get it or not? If I do, it's for me. If it's not, it's not for me. But maybe for you, maybe you care so much, you're wondering, there's more pressure on the side of you. Like, you care, you're more emotionally invested. Five of Cups says it's needy. You're more emotionally invested than this Page of Swords has let on. So you feel like maybe this Page of Swords has the upper hand, and you don't like that. So maybe you're trying to act more on their level, which is probably why it's slowing it down. If you want more honest communication, just be more honest. I know it sounds really simplified to a complex thing, but the reality there is that, you don't want to be stuck in unsure energy for too long. So that's going to play on your confidence, and perhaps by the time you actually do naturally get that communication without trying too hard for it, perhaps you'll be so frustrated and exhausted from waiting and having all these monsters build up in your mind that perhaps that will actually be the thing that will make you mess up the opportunity, which is what you were trying to avoid in the first place. So perhaps by just getting it out while it's fresh will give you less time to be more paranoid about it, perhaps, what I'm seeing. Okay, Aquarius, let's get you a star seed. Enough of me rambling. Star Brothers, Horus energy, protection, loyalty, safety, and trust. Okay, that's beautiful, Aquarius. So this says to me, you're being divinely protected by the wings of Source. You are definitely a Star Brother. You have Horus energy. You are loved. You are protected. You have loyalty, safety, and trust surrounding you. You have what you need, whether it's that person, going to bring more of it, less of it, whether they're in your life or absent from your life, you are this, Aquarius. So don't sweat this. It's a page. It's not even like a king or a queen. It's a page. Don't sweat this page. The only way you're going to know if this page is going to develop into like a king or queen or something more fulfilling is if you just kind of meet it. You just kind of got to meet it and kind of allow yourself to enjoy the connection. Because Aquarius, you got no problem making friends and being well received by people. None whatsoever. So I say take a chance. Take a chance. Even if you completely fumble, it'll be a learning curve so that the next Knight of Swords or Page of Swords, like you've learned through that situation to then get the even better page next time. So it's like nothing's a loss is what I want to say there. So here you are, Aquarius. I hope you enjoyed that. but not least, Pisces. How was Aries season? Hopefully Taurus season is treating you guys better. I was sick with COVID during Aries season, so I didn't make a video, so sorry about that. So right now I'm going to be doing 6 cards for Taurus season next month for Pisces. 6 cards while looking on the bottom and a star seed for the highest good, Pisces. Thank you. Pisces, Pisces. Pisces, 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 Pisces. Okay. King of Swords. So Pisces, you're waiting on a person you very much value and respect to give you that communication. This person supports and values and nurtures ideas, systems, communication. So what you love about this person is that they are very much able to communicate well with you and work with you, which is probably what you value, Pisces. You value someone that is able not to like get lost in what could be in the fantasy of what you are, Pisces. I think you like that this person is rational. They will ask you and confirm with you and value what you say. Treat you on a fair mental level that way. So this King of Swords is I like this King of Swords for you, Pisces. I feel that you feel connected to them. All right, Pisces. 10 of Swords. Okay. So you feel like you've been stabbed in the back, potentially, Pisces. You feel like you've gone as far as you can go with these thoughts, these ideas. The page he got in his hand that you left with, you don't like, you're willing to let it go. And now you need to go through that briefcase and comb through to see what's the new adventure to go for. So the old communication is dead. You wanting new communication with potentially this King of Swords. And I say that as the King of Wands pops out. So potentially you could like this King of Swords for the communication, but there's also this Queen of Wands here, another face card, which says to me of somebody who's not willing to stay in a place that's boring to them. Like once the conversation isn't stimulating or of their interest, their eyes will gloss over and they'll kind of depart, whether physically or spiritually or mentally, like they'll just depart from it. So this Queen of Wands is feminine energy concerning passion, whether they're female or male. Like the King of Swords could be a female, and the Queen of Wands could be a male. Like, you know, gender is not absolute. Okay, so let's see. What else does Pisces want to say? What else does Pisces want to say? What is Pisces saying? What's Pisces saying? All right, the Magician. So that's saying to me that you want to manifest your passion and the ideas and communications that work for you, because in the past, that 10 of Swords, your passions and your communications, it just wasn't working, like it wasn't aligned. And now the Magician, having that ace, having that the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Swords, and the Ace of Wands, you're having the passion, the will, the resource, and the emotional intuition and physical, all the components to really make that dream come true for you. Okay, so Temperance. So that's about being in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing at the right time, observing, hanging back, testing out the environments before you make moves. And the Ace of Wands. And on the bottom of the deck is the 10 of Pentacles. Okay. Okay, so this King of Swords supports communication, ideas, systems. Then you have this ending where these thoughts, you've gone as far as this journey can go. This is, at this point, you're reborn. It has to be something new after that. The Queen of Swords is someone who supports passion, will, and the will and passions of others. But like I said, only the passion. This queen will only help with the passions and stuff that they resonate. So if this queen is an ally to you, there's something about what you're doing that makes them passionate. So that's a good secure connection. But it could not be if you're not in line. If you're more in line, that queen could prove a dynamic challenge. The magician, see, he's got all the aces. He's ready to start the show and create something, manifest. And then we have the temperance. So that's all the esoterical symbols. This person is very much tuned in. Gotta do the right thing at the right time. Ace of Wands. So make a wish. Your passions are always ebbing and flowing, and aces are fleeting. If you don't act now, forever hold your peace type of thing. Ace of Wands is that amazing opportunity. And on the bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Pentacles. So this is a Pisces wanting to manifest through the Magician. And through the Queen of Wands and the King of Swords, you want systems, ideas, and communication that are practical, that work for you. But you also want to do the work that is linked to passion. You realize that leads to success. And you're learning temperance, the right thing at the right time, the right amount of passion with the right amount of communication, the right amount of manifesting, the right amount of experiences. Like, you're seeing it all as good. And the Ace of Wands means you're ready to start this new thing, to go out and get the Ten of Pentacles, like the happy life, the loyal dogs, the well-reared children, the loyal spouse, or the loving spouse, you know, the right support, represented by the tarot reader, like you've got good friends and people that support your connections. Okay, Pisces, so now we're going to do Starseed. So yeah, this is very much a journey. It seems to me all the reads today were about losing that winter stuck energy and really embracing the spring and starting that new journey to really, everyone's been looking really deeply about what hasn't served them over the course of their lives, and like going through that briefcase and really going through each 10 sword that stabbed you in the back and seeing why did they have that advantage, or why was I stabbed, or looking at all that stuff, so that, not so you can be crazy and then hyper-focus on it, but so that you can be like the magician, alchemize your sorrow into gold, figure out, okay, how can I be more efficient? What are my blockages? What are my, what am I weak to? Like, what's my kryptonite? What I'm seeing here. So Pisces, Starseed, the highest good, Taurus season next month. Child of the cosmos, the intelligence of the universe lies within you, Pisces. And you had this card last time. So because of that, I'm going to draw the one underneath that one. Lost land, soul memories, and gifts. You've done this before. You've done this before, Pisces. Breath of the cosmos. My will to thy will. Micromanaging the universe. Okay, this one, okay. I knew if I kept drawing from the center, because the last two cards I think I've read for Pisces a bunch of times, so I just want a new message for Pisces. I'm Pisces sun sign. Breath of the cosmos. My will to thy will. Micromanaging the universe. So that means that the universe has a will. Like, you know, an eternal, loosely intentioned will, just for creation. And then there's your will. And then there's the will of other people in your life. And then there's micromanaging the universe. So sometimes we want to assess what's going on in the universe, in our world, for efficiency. But careful we're not micromanaging the universe, because the universe knows a bit better than we do. So allow the universe to make those shifts and bring these things to us. And then it's up to us, our will, whether we want them or not. We want to keep manifesting or not. To my will to thy will. And sometimes Pisces can lose their own will in a connection, and solely think of thy will, the other will. So don't lose your will in their will. Like, make sure there's equal give and take. Like, both wills are being executed in a way where nobody is harming the other person's will. Like, you both come together and you enjoy who you are and what your will is already. Like, make sure you're in functional relationships with people that really value. I say this because Pisces can often be with people where we're so self-effacing and able to like mutate and bend to other people's will. I feel like that becomes a precedent and we're expected to, and it can be very damaging to our confidence and to our self-esteem in long-term relationships when the other person doesn't sense, see, or allow space for our will to manifest in our life, or even together if you're like, you know, in a committed relationship with someone. So recognize that your will is a will within the greater will of the universal will. So in that way, my will to thy will, like God's will or the universe's will, and your will. And the thing is, God, when you're in line with God's will or the universe's will, it's most times when you're in line with your will. Because when you're happy and fulfilled and doing your best energy, that is what God or the universe or whoever put you here for. And they put you here so you could live your will. And through your will, thy will, God's will or universe's will, gets to experience how they would feel if they had more will. That's like free will. God or the universe gave us free will because it vicariously wants to live through all of our decisions and choices, whether good or bad, so that it can learn from itself. God or the universe is very efficient. So we don't need to micromanage the universe because the universe is already working and micromanaging and karmically distributing for us already. So it's just simply to manifest is just is Pisces, is to allow yourself to have your will come out. I feel like perhaps maybe some Pisces were in connections possibly with that Ten of Swords where it was like you were completely pinned down by all these swords so much that you can't move. Like, look at this person. Does this person look like it can do much with his will? If he wanted to move his leg, he can't. If he wanted to move his arm, he can't. Like, this person can't act on any of their will. So be careful, Pisces, that somebody hasn't, you know, just pinned you down to a roof and not valued your communication and what you're trying to express or your passion. But these two face cards says to me that you have people in your corner that will help you through this, that want you to have that new start, that wants you to manifest your greatest for you. They want to see that for you. They want that happy ending, that success and security for you. And that will all come by temperance, doing the right thing at the right time, letting God, letting the universe, letting Source bring you opportunities, and then allowing yourself to make up your mind and set your new intention, your will from there. So that's beautiful. So I really want you to get this Ten of Pentacles, Pisces. So with that, I'm going to okay, so that was beautiful. Thank you guys for letting me do this here on TikTok. Thank you, TikTok. Thank you, everyone who watched. I'm going to upload all 12 signs now to my YouTube, Rising Faith Forever. It should be on one of my pinned videos on my channel. So if you want to check out all the readings, sometime later today, or if it hasn't had a chance to upload today and timestamp it in the comments today, then check it out for sure tomorrow to see your sign. I'll definitely have it timestamped by tomorrow. So thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna stop the video now to upload to my YouTube channel. I'm sorry if you guys had questions and comments. I'm so far away I couldn't see them. But this is just a video I'm uploading to my YouTube channel. I will be back after about an hour or two break. I'm gonna have some supper. I'll come back on and then draw random cards for you guys, for TikTok. So if you guys want a personalized reading or a few cards drawn, come back and check me out within an hour or two. And I'd be happy to do some readings for you guys. So thank you guys so much for being here. Oh, thank you guys for all the follows. Thank you. I'm just gonna look quickly through the tarot readings. How did I do on my biology exam? Why can't I scroll? Okay, sorry. Ooh, I'm a Capricorn. Yeah, I definitely want to go through some of your comments as much as I can. Are you doing tarot readings? Thank you so much. Are we these free? Yes or no questions? Oh yeah, but next time I'm going to try to have like a comment saying what I'm doing so people won't get confused. Sending positive vibes your way, lovely. Oh my gosh, and thank you guys for gifts, whoever gifted, and for 400, almost 500 likes. Thank you guys so much. That clock, that's a clock, not a moon. How did I do? I'm just reading through some of you guys' questions. Or, yeah, just to see what kinds of things people do say. Beans give you real good... Okay, yeah, I'm not going to read everything people say. But anyway, thank you guys so much. And thank you for the follow. I'll be back soon. I'll do some readings for you guys. This was just my YouTube channel for all 12 signs. So thank you so much for being here for that. And I will see you guys again soon. Thank you. Bye. Oh, wait. And also, I'm saying this for my YouTube channel. For Rising Faith Forever, if you've enjoyed all 12 Zodiac signs, please like, subscribe, share, and comment. I'd love to hear from you guys. And thank you so much. I'll see you next time.